Chapter 236. Long Tianma had woken up? It was not easy to determine if an unconscious person was real or fake, but now that he was awake, things became much simpler. Lead the way, this prince will know if he is real or fake after asking. Prince Rong was very anxious. The person present who understood Long Tianma the most was none other than Prince Rong, and whether Long Tianma was real or fake, he was the one who had the most say. Everyone hurried towards the consultation hall. The public consultation had been postponed, and Long Tianma was sent to a room in the rear courtyard of the consultation hall. Unexpectedly, before everyone reached the courtyard, they heard Long Tianma's mournful cries. Everyone was greatly alarmed and quickened their step. However, Han Yunxi suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Gu Beiyue also stopped and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Han Yunxi did not speak. Her eyes drooped, looking very focused, but no one knew what was wrong with her. Nothing. She stopped for a while before continuing to walk. In the courtyard, Prince Rong had already anxiously pushed open the door and rushed in. Inside the room, Long Tianma was actually rolling on the bed, his brocade white clothes soaked in sweat. His face was pale without any blood, and his expression was sinister and terrifying, as if he was enduring some unbearable pain. "Amour! Amour!" Prince Rong strode to the bed. No matter how he called out, Long Tianma did not respond. He did not even notice that Prince Rong was beside him. He was actually not awake. His eyes opened and closed for a while, and he constantly let out meaningless wails. The wails gradually weakened, revealing an aura of powerlessness and despair. "What's going on?" Lady Lianxin sternly questioned the medical assistant. Not long after he woke up, he cried out in pain, and then he became like this. After a while, he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. The medical assistant hurriedly replied, "Pain?" At this time, whether the person was real or fake was not the most important thing. Saving someone was more important. Everyone present, except for Prince Rong, was a doctor. Although they could not diagnose what was wrong, they could all see that Long Tianma's situation was not optimistic. There was a limit to how much pain a human body could endure. It was not unheard of for someone to die from pain. The third elder didn't say anything. He strode forward to check Long Tianma's pulse. With third elder's appearance, the people behind him could all rest. Third elder was a seventh-rank sage doctor, one of the only 3 in the medical academy, or even in Cloud Realm continent. Although there was only a single rank between them, that was enough to leave Luo Zuishan and Shi Yuba in the dust. Silence reigned in the room as everyone watched anxiously. Han Yunxi stood on the far right, her arms crossed as she leaned against the wall. Ever since she'd entered the room, her gaze had been sweeping over Long Tianma's body without stopping. However, she didn't know that when she stared at Long Tianma, Gu Beiyue's gaze never left her. Heaven knows how much pain Long Tianma was in. Just then, he had been rolling and waving his arms non-stop, but now his movements were slowing down as if he didn't have much strength left. But just as third elder was about to take his hand, he suddenly flung it aside, as if he was filled with energy again. He began to roll and struggle with all his might. Third elder clasped his hands together and stopped. Seeing this, Qin Wang Rong hastily stepped forward and pressed down on Long Tianma's arm. Unexpectedly, his action seemed to hurt Long Tianma, who abruptly waved his hand with even more force and strength. He actually managed to grab Qin Wang Rong's arm and force him to retreat a few steps. Prince Rong was a military general, so his hand strength wasn't weak. But Long Tianma was a martial arts practitioner, so his hand strength couldn't be underestimated either. Prince Rong was about to step forward when third elder ordered sternly, "Don't touch him again. Give him the anesthetic soup, a large dose, quickly." A medical sage was a medical sage. Even a medical apprentice wasn't qualified to be third elder's assistant. Fifth-rank divine Dr. Madame Lianxin personally prepared the medicine. Who knew that at this moment Han Yunxi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, Third Elder, you're wrong. You absolutely can't. Once these words came out, everyone looked over. Third Elder, who was denied, didn't seem happy. But as a person of virtue and prestige, he didn't reveal any emotions. Instead, he looked at Han Yunxi thoughtfully. Madame Lianxin didn't have such a good temper. Her gaze was filled with disgust and impatience. Han Yunxi, what nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see that the situation is urgent? Why are you adding to the chaos? Han Yunxi walked over with a serious face. Even the anesthetic soup can't calm him down, let alone stop the pain. He's been poisoned, a very strong poison. Due to her professional habit, her voice was always cold when facing an illness. Her entire person was like an authority, exuding a seriousness that couldn't be disobeyed. Gu Beiyue had long been used to Han Yunxi being like this. What he liked the most was her confident and solemn appearance. However, everyone in the medical academy was dumbfounded, including the medical apprentice at the side. What did this woman say? Was she denying Third Elder's judgment? Where did her confidence come from? Poisoned? You didn't even take his pulse. What nonsense are you talking about? Madame Lianxin immediately rebuked. The confidence in Han Yunxi's eyes was especially irksome to her. Madame Lianxin had only seen 2 situations where a diagnosis was made without even taking the pulse. The first was a very common illness, such as a cold, a fall, or an injury. Usually, an experienced doctor would be able to diagnose and prescribe medicine after asking a few questions. The second was when she saw the head of the medical academy. The head of the medical academy was an 8th-rank divine doctor. He could diagnose many illnesses without taking the pulse, and he had never made a mistake. What was Han Yunxi's situation? Not to mention taking the pulse, she didn't even ask for a diagnosis. I'm not talking nonsense. Third Elder, if you don't believe me, you can feel his wrist joint. Han Yunxi directly swept past Madame Lianxin and looked at Third Elder with clear eyes. It wasn't that she was arrogant, but this time, it just so happened that they had bumped into her field of expertise. In terms of medical skills, she was at most a 3rd-rank doctor, the lowest rank present. However, in terms of poison skills, she was an authority. Today, even if the head of the medical academy was present, she was still an authority. Just now, before she entered the courtyard, her detoxification system had already detected the poison. It had given her a big fright because the poison detected was bone poison. Bone poison was a poison that she had named herself. The reason why she had named it was because it was a completely new type of poison. It was grown from the poison pool in her detoxification system. The most frightening part of this poison was that it acted on a person's bones and joints. Once poisoned, all the joints, big and small, would not be spared. Thinking back to when she had first discovered this new poison, Han Yunxi had been so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't expected that someone would be poisoned. The person who had poisoned him was ruthless enough, and the poison was strong enough. Before Han Yunxi had entered the room, she had already known that the person who had been poisoned was Long Tianma. She was also very certain that the Long Tianma in the room was real. Because in this world, other than her, only Jun Yixie would be able to use this kind of poison. From the looks of it, Jun Yixie had fished up the poison materials from the poison pool in the medicinal herbs forest. Long Fei Ye's reminder was right. Jun Yixie would not let Long Tianma go for nothing. He had done something to Long Tianma's body. Third Elder looked at Han Yunxi, but didn't pay attention to what she had said. After all, in his eyes, Han Yunxi couldn't even be considered a doctor. However, the aura of authority that Han Yunxi exuded made him hesitate. This kind of natural aura of a doctor and the aura of authority could only be seen on the head of the medical academy. Who would have thought that a woman like her would have it? Just now, Lady Lianxin had said that this girl's mother was Lady Tianxin. Why did he feel that the name Lady Tianxin sounded a little familiar? Seeing that Third Elder didn't respond, Han Yunxi added, "Third Elder, Just because he can't feel pain, it doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt anymore. For example, if a person was injured and the wound was inflamed and very painful, if the wound wasn't treated and the person's nerves were numbed so that he couldn't feel pain, the wound would still be inflamed and continue to worsen. Mafeesin could make Long Tianma unconscious so that he wouldn't feel pain, but his joints would be in a constant state of pain. If it was just ordinary pain and inflammation, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that Long Tianma had been poisoned, and it wasn't an ordinary poison. Just because he couldn't feel pain, it didn't mean that it didn't hurt anymore. Third Elder finally paid attention to Han Yunxi's words. He stroked his beard thoughtfully with a cautious expression, but still didn't say anything. At this time, Lady Lianxin couldn't bear it any longer. Han Yunxi, have you had enough? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying the treatment? The poison he's been poisoned with is called bone poison. Once he uses Mafeesin, the medicine and poison will react, and the poison will mutate. At that time, no one will be able to detoxify the poison. Can you bear the responsibility? Han Yunxi wasn't polite at all. You hee, why are you so sure that he's been poisoned? Lady Lianxin was truly inconceivable. Heaven knew where this woman's confidence came from. At this time, Han Yunxi disliked paying attention to people like Lady Lianxin the most. Her attitude was serious and sincere. Third Elder, feel the Crown Prince's wrist. You'll understand the truth. Although Third Elder wasn't a poison doctor, he could still feel that something was wrong with such a deeply poisoned wrist. Helpless, Han Yunxi thought of the matter too simply. Although this wasn't a public consultation, there were still many people present. How could Third Elder easily listen to her? If by any chance he felt the wrist and confirmed that it was poisoned, where would Third Elder put his old face? Could it be that he had to admit that his previous decision was wrong? That he, a dignified medical sage, was inferior to a little girl who was still wet behind her ears? Of course, Third Elder still had medical ethic. Long Tianma's condition was urgent and couldn't be delayed for too long. Just as Third Elder was about to speak, Fourth Elder, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Second Elder is an authority in orthopedic. Why don't we invite Second Elder over? This Fourth Elder's words were undoubtedly questioning Third Elder. Moreover, Second Elder and Third Elder had always been at odds. If Second Elder was invited, wouldn't there be one more person to laugh at? Originally, Third Elder was about to give in. When he heard this, anger rose from his heart, and his displeasure appeared on his face. Old man has been practicing medicine for so many years, and has never needed anyone to interrupt. Lianxin, why aren't you quickly bringing the Mafeesin soup? You're not allowed. Han Yunxi was also angry, and her voice was as cold as ice. Chapter 237. Not allowed. Han Yunxi's not allowed was sonorous and forceful enough to silence the entire room. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Who would have thought that this seemingly weak little girl would actually have such guts? Han Yunxi, you've got guts. Do you know who you're speaking to? Lady Lianxin was the first to recover her wits and rebuke her loudly. No matter how well-mannered Third Elder was, he couldn't stand such provocation. Only the head of the medical academy could order him around in such a tone. This Han Yunxi was simply unforgivable. Qin Wangfei, old man didn't bicker with you just then for the sake of the Duke of Qin. Don't reach for a yard after getting an inch. No one expected the Long Fei Yi to have such face in the Council of Elders. Of course, Han Yunxi couldn't care less right now. When faced with patients, she only had one goal: to save them as quickly as possible. Even if she didn't want to save them, she wanted to fight for the dignity of her own words. In this world, no matter where you went, it wasn't easy to get people to take your words, opinions, and judgments seriously, remember, and trust them. Thus, there was a saying that strength spoke louder than words. Han Yunxi raised her chin and looked coldly at Third Elder. Third Elder, you're not checking Tianning's Crown Prince's joints. Could it be that you're afraid? Are you afraid that you're really wrong? You're impudent. Third elder flew into a rage and slapped the table. Someone come, drag this uneducated girl out for old man. From now on, she's not allowed to take half a step into Medical City. This girl, how was her crimes unforgivable? She just lacked a lesson. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she really wouldn't know what kind of place the medical academy was. As soon as third elder finished speaking, the attendants from outside entered the room. Seeing this, Gu Beiwe spoke up. Third elder, it won't be too late to kick her out after you've examined the crown prince's joints. Otherwise, people might say that you're bullying the younger generation. The atmosphere was tense with swords drawn, but Gu Beiwe remained as calm and quiet as ever. He spoke unhurriedly and gently. However, the words he spoke carried a deeper meaning. It was as if there was a needle hidden in silk floss, and it had a reassuring force. These words left third elder with no reason to refuse. He glared angrily at Gu Beiwe. He hadn't expected that Gu Beiwe, who had always been clean and honest, would speak up for Han Yunshi in the medical school. Third elder, in my opinion, Imperial Physician Gu's words make sense. We shouldn't let others think that we, the Council of Elders, are looking down on the Duke of Qin's mansion. Fourth elder spoke up again. Only then did Han Yunshi realize that her every word and action represented the man behind her, Long Fei Yi. Thinking of this, she could not help but wonder where Long Fei Yi was at this moment. Are they looking for the poison sex storehouse in the medical academy? Does he know what happened in the medical school? Right now, the busy Long Fei Yi was sitting on the roof, watching everything unfold with an expressionless face. Seeing that third elder didn't immediately refuse, Han Yunshi hastened to say, "Third elder, you don't need to chase me away. If Tianning's crown prince isn't poisoned, I'll leave Medical City on my own and never set foot inside again." If, third elder cut her off disdainfully. "There's no if. Hee, very good. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? Old man, let's examine Long Tianma's wrist joint right now." Third elder's previous hesitation wasn't because he believed that Long Tianma had been poisoned, but because he was hesitant to use such large doses of numbing powder. Although he didn't specialize in poisons, he knew quite a bit about them. Long Tianma's complexion didn't look like he'd been poisoned, much less hypertoxic. His decades of experience couldn't possibly compare to a little girl like Han Yunshi's eyesight. Seeing that third elder was about to examine Tianning, Han Yunshi hastily called out, "Wait a minute. What, is it old man who's afraid, or are you?" Third elder seized the chance to retort sarcastically. "Only those who are afraid won't dare to talk terms." Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with an undetectable craftiness. If she didn't take advantage of a situation like this, she wouldn't be Han Yunshi. When it came to poisons, those who didn't trust her would have to pay the price. What a glib tongue! Third elder scorned. If Tianning's crown prince has been poisoned, then I'd like to ask third elder to agree to do something for this junior. Han Yunshi seized the chance to state her conditions. She had no connections at all in Medical City, so it'd be best if she could use this chance to gain the favor of an elder. Of course, she was 100% certain that Tianning had been poisoned. As for whether third elder would agree, she wasn't so sure. Unexpectedly, third elder's reaction exceeded her expectations. "Qin Wangfei," he said, "that's not how you negotiate terms." "Then how do we negotiate?" Surprise was surprise, but Han Yunshi was confident enough not to be afraid. Third elder stroked his beard and said slowly, "If old man cures Tianning's crown prince, then you'll get lost from the medical community." What a harsh condition, but Han Yunshi wasn't afraid. She wore a smile on her face as she nodded cheerfully. Third elder gave a cold snort before continuing, "If you cure Tianning's crown prince, then what do you want old man to do? Just say the word." This third elder's method of negotiation was completely different from Han Yunshi's. Cure him? Ignore the diagnosis and only look at the results? As long as he was cured? Now that he'd calmed down, Third Elder's shrewd side finally showed itself. To Han Yunshi, curing him was the same as curing him of the poison. That was her strong suit. But Han Yunshi's heart gave a lurch at these words. Oh no. She was 100% certain that Long Tianma had been poisoned, but curing the poison, fine, forgive her for not seriously considering the problem just then. To cure the poison, she needed an antidote. Even if she used acupuncture to expel the poison, she still needed an antidote. Otherwise, it would be impossible to expel such a large amount of the poison. But the antidote, at this moment, Han Yunshi wished she could slap herself a few times. Bone poison was a completely new poison, and the detox system had yet to create an antidote for it. It was easy for the detox system's poison pond to create new poisons, but it took time to create an antidote. Could take a month or two at the least, or a year or so at the most. It wasn't that Han Yunshi was negligent, but that she was too used to it. As long as the detox system diagnosed a poison, it could cure it. Even if it didn't have the antidote in reserve, it knew the formula. Thus, she didn't need to think too much. When she needed an antidote, the detox system would provide it. But this time, Han Yunshi had fallen for it. She'd fallen for the detox system she was so proud of. How is it, Qin Wangfei? Third Elder was waiting for an answer. Han Yunshi lightly bit her lip as she hesitated. Actually, there was no point in hesitating. She was very clear on the situation. Without an antidote, there was no way to cure Long Tianma for now. Long Tianma, on the other hand, had been poisoned. If things dragged on for too long, he'd die in vain from the pain. Qin Wangfei, you came this time for a consultation to diagnose Tianning's Crown Prince's illness, as well as to clear your name of misdiagnosis. How about this? We'll dispense with the consultation. We'll have everyone present as witnesses. The time limit is 3 days. Old man will allow you to treat Tianning's Crown Prince first. I hope you can clearly explain the pain from his stomach and give us a conclusion. Heavens, this didn't just require a cure, but a clear understanding of both the relapse and the current pathological changes. As expected, he wasn't an elder of the medical academy for nothing. He was ruthless and formidable. Under these circumstances, what was Han Yunshi supposed to do? If she agreed, there was no way she could do it. If she didn't, Third Elder would never let her off even if she wasn't afraid of losing face. He'd never let her take a single step into Medical City. If news of this spread, she'd become the world's laughingstock. Han Yunshi was caught between a rock and a hard place. Qin Wangfei, what do you think? Third Elder could tell that Han Yunshi didn't have the same confidence as before, so he pressed her step by step. It wasn't just Third Elder who was looking at her, but everyone else as well. Gu Beiwei immediately noticed Han Yunshi's strange behavior. Third Elder and the rest of the crowd didn't understand her, but he did. As far as he knew, there was no poison that Han Yunshi couldn't cure. Right now, she should be bursting with life and glowing with splendor. What was she hesitating for? Could it be that she was faking it so she could take advantage of the situation to trick Third Elder? Just as Third Elder was about to urge her on, Han Yunshi spoke up. Everything will be up to Third Elder, but there's one thing. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi still agreed. If he hadn't been the one offended today, Third Elder would have admired this girl instead. A bit of what? He asked with some interest. This junior isn't used to others yielding to me. Moreover, Third Elder is my senior, so you should go first. Han Yunshi's attitude was very firm. She looked like she had her principles, but she was calculating in her heart. She couldn't cure the poison or cure Long Tianma, but Third Elder couldn't even diagnose him, so how could he cure him? In this bet, whoever went first would lose. Third Elder's eyes flashed with ridicule. He thought, this girl must be scared. Today I'll make a fool of her and show her the immensity of heaven and earth. Old man hasn't even made a diagnosis before esteemed Wang Fei diagnosed Tianning's Crown Prince as poisoned. Naturally you should go first. Third Elder pushed the blame aside again. That won't do. There's no reason for a senior to yield to a junior. Han Yunshi grew serious. Old man has it. What, are you scared? Now it was third elder's turn to make fun of Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was about to retort when Qin Wangrong finally seized the chance to speak up. Stop arguing. Saving a life is more important. Hurry and think of a way to calm Mo'er down. Third elder and Han Yunshi looked over at the same time, only to see Long Tianma in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His body was drenched in sweat and even his bedclothes were soaked. If you're going to save a life, why don't you two draw straws to decide who goes first? Fourth elder spoke up. Han Yunshi wasn't willing. Drawing straws was a 50% risk, but since third elder had nodded, she had no reason to refuse. Lady Lianxin quickly prepared 2 slips of paper and placed them in the urn. She wrote first and second, respectively, before handing them to third elder and Han Yunshi. Third elder grabbed the first slip, while Han Yunshi took a deep breath and helplessly took the second. The two of them exchanged glances before opening the slips at the same time. Chapter 238. When it came to drawing straws, it was all about luck. Han Yunshi's luck had always been good, but this time, fine. Her slip of paper said first, while third elder had written later. She was first. What should she do now? When it rains, it pours. Han Yunshi stared at the slip of paper in her hands, her pale face expressionless. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Third elder's lips curled into a smile as he stared at Han Yunshi's slip of paper. He was very satisfied and purposely backed away from the bed to make room for Han Yunshi. Qin Wangfei, please treat the poison. Will Tianning's crown prince recover once the poison is treated? Lady Lianxin asked with a cold smile. She was waiting for Han Yunshi to admit defeat, but Han Yunshi only spat out, "Nonsense, do you even need to ask?" Lady Lianxin gave a start, unable to retort. She could only swallow this loss in silence. As Han Yunshi spoke, she strode to the side of the bed. Third elder, then this junior won't be polite. Seeing Han Yunshi's stance, third elder and Lady Lianxin exchanged disapproving glances. They refused to believe that Han Yunshi could really come up with anything. Please, third elder said loudly. Han Yunshi sat down by the bed and looked over Long Tianma from head to toe. By now, the Long Tianma was completely exhausted. He wasn't struggling as fiercely as before, but was gasping at death's door. Third elder and Lady Lianxin didn't say a word when they saw that Han Yunshi was only looking without making a move. After all, they were superiors and had the patience to do so. Still, they disapproved even more in their hearts. Fourth elder didn't speak either, but stroked his beard as he watched. As for Luo Zuishan and Shi Yuba, the two of them had ulterior motives and were immersed in their own world. They didn't care about Han Yunshi at all. After all, in their hearts, this little girl couldn't do anything. Gu Beiyue was the closest to Han Yunshi. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his clenched fists betrayed his gentle and quiet face. Han Yunshi's reaction just now made him very worried. He knew what was wrong with this woman. After a while, Han Yunshi was still only looking. Lady Lianxin didn't give her any more time and began to make things difficult. Qin Wangfei, could it be that your eyes can cure poison? Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi still looked at Long Tianma from head to toe and said in a deep voice, "Okay." This girl was about to die, but she was still so stubborn. "All right, then go ahead." Lady Lianxin panted with rage. Han Yunshi didn't even look at her as she nimbly took out a set of golden needles from her medical pouch. With a light wave of her hand, the needle case slowly unfolded on the bed. Needles of various sizes and thicknesses were inserted into the long needle case. Although they were densely packed, they were neat and orderly. There were at least 1,000 needles. Whether one was a professional or not, the first thing to look at was one's appearance. When this set of golden needles was unfolded, everyone present was shocked. Even Gu Beiyue was no exception. Even he had never seen Han Yunshi have such neat golden needles. The absent-minded Shiyuba and Luo Zuishan also looked over. Although everyone was shocked, they all hid their shock in their hearts. No one showed it, especially Third Elder and Lady Lianxin. Unknowingly, the room became especially quiet. Imperial Physician Gu, I'll have to trouble you to help, Han Yunshi said in a low voice. Amen. At this moment, Gu Beiyue's heart suddenly calmed down, just like his calm appearance. He thought, Han Yunshi must be confident. This woman really didn't disappoint. He originally thought that Han Yunshi would have him remove the needles, but who knew that Han Yunshi would say, "Help me take off all his clothes." Everyone present was a physician, so it was normal for them to ask a patient to take off his clothes. However, Han Yunshi said, "Take off all his clothes." Does the detoxification need to be like this? Qin Wangfei, you're a woman. Lady Lianxin reminded in disbelief. Han Yunshi was too lazy to pay attention to her. She glanced at Gu Beiyue, hinting for him to hurry up. Gu Beiyue hesitated. This really wasn't appropriate. The 20 major joints and 210 minor joints in his body have all accumulated poison. It needs to be expelled as soon as possible. If I don't take off all his clothes, how can I expel the poison? Han Yunshi seriously asked. Once these words were said, everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed that Long Tianma was poisoned. They looked at each other in dismay. The entire room was silent and no one refuted. Gu Beiyue understood and didn't bother with etiquette. He hurriedly helped Long Tianma take off his clothes until only his underwear was left. Once his clothes were taken off, Han Yunshi began to work on the major joints, looking for acupuncture points to insert the needles. However, when she picked up the first gold needle, Third Elder couldn't help but say, "How can you directly use needles?" Third Elder wasn't an ignorant person. He had heard of acupuncture to expel poison and had seen it before. However, not to mention acupuncture to expel poison, even the most common acupuncture treatment would require the gold needle to be cleaned before inserting the needle to prevent infection, right? In ancient times, gold needles were disinfected by boiling. This was the most basic thing that all medical apprentices who had just entered the medical school knew. However, Han Yunshi didn't know. They had just been frightened by Han Yunshi's full set of gold needles. Now, Third Elder and the others regained their senses. In this day and age, there were too many charlatans who used their appearances to scare people. Presumably, Qin Wangfei's gold needles are rare items and don't need to be boiled. Lady Lianxin's face was full of ridicule. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi's tone was even more disdainful than hers. No need. Presumably, this is Fifth Elder's first time seeing this kind of disposable needle, right? What? Disposable needle? Not only was this term unfamiliar to Lady Lianxin, it was also unfamiliar to everyone present. What did this mean? We mainstream orthodox people naturally don't understand such heretical things. Lady Lianxin hastily retorted. Han Yunshi lowered her head and didn't explain. Instead, she lightly smiled and took out the gold needles to search for the acupuncture point. In the beginning, everyone present could still understand the acupuncture point. However, after a few needles, even Third Elder of the medical saint couldn't understand. He didn't even know the existence of those acupuncture points. As more and more gold needles were inserted, everyone's expressions became more and more complicated. What exactly was Han Yunshi doing? How was this searching for acupuncture points? This was simply randomly inserting needles. If this continued, someone would die. Third Elder couldn't help but remind her, "Qin Wangfei, if you randomly insert needles, you will bear the consequences." Only then did Han Yunshi raise her head to look at Third Elder and lightly smile. "Amen, I will take responsibility." As she spoke, she took out a long needle and actually closed her eyes, slowly inserting it into Long Tianma's acupuncture point. When this needle went in, the skin around the joint actually slowly seeped out black blood. Black blood, poisonous! Poisonous! Third Elder couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't dare to believe his own eyes. However, everything in front of him was reality. Long Tianma's joint really was poisonous. Not to mention what other illnesses Long Tianma's body had. At least, Han Yunshi wasn't wrong. He was wrong. Long Tianma was poisoned. The pain in his entire body's joints was caused by the poison. The room was terrifyingly silent. Lady Lianxin's face was deathly pale. Everyone else was shocked. Only Gu Beiyue's good-looking lips slowly curled into a smile. In the silence, Han Yunshi had already opened her eyes. Allowing the joint to bleed, she began to treat the second major joint. Very quickly, the second major joint's poisonous blood also slowly seeped out. The entire room became even more silent. Even Long Tianma's last gasps had disappeared. From third elder to the junior medical apprentice, everyone unconsciously drew closer. They stared dumbfoundedly at Han Yunshi searching for acupoints to insert needles. Han Yunshi's movements were like moving clouds and flowing water, smooth and elegant. Her white hands moved with an indescribable elegance. Long Tianma's entire body had more than 200 joints. Han Yunshi didn't let go of any of them. Every joint, she earnestly used needles to expel the poison. She did her best to use acupuncture to expel the bone poison. When she reached the last joint, her forehead was already drenched in sweat. Gu Beiyue took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her sweat. Out of professional habit, Han Yunshi didn't refuse. She also wasn't disturbed. She still lowered her head, narrowed her eyes, and earnestly applied the needles. However, a certain person on the roof slowly narrowed his eyes. The coldness in his eyes was terrifying. In the silence, time passed especially quickly. An entire half a day had passed. Long Tianma's body was covered in golden needles, and the poisoned blood had also flowed all over the bed. Finally, after Han Yunshi inserted the last needle, she stopped. At this time, third elder was surrounding Han Yunshi. They were all stunned. Han Yunshi twisted her neck and moved her hands. She deliberately glanced at third elder. Third elder immediately avoided her gaze. Seeing this, Han Yunshi was happy. She gently smiled and began to withdraw the needles. The poison that could be expelled from Long Tianma's joints with golden needles was basically all expelled. Han Yunshi's movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. Her movements of withdrawing the needles were even smoother. It was so fast that people couldn't see it clearly. However, even though they couldn't see it clearly, everyone still tried their best to look carefully for fear of missing something. There were more than 200 acupoints. Each acupoint had at least 5 golden needles. One could imagine how many golden needles there were. There should be close to 1,000 needles. She didn't put these golden needles back into the needle case. Instead, she picked them up and threw them to the side. Not long after, she threw away a large pile. Soon, all of the golden needles were removed. Han Yunshi picked up the last golden needle and stood up. She smiled at Lady Lianxin. This isn't some unorthodox method. Using a needle once means that you don't want it after using it once. Throw it away. As she spoke, she threw the golden needles to the side. Her movements were elegant and confident. An entire set of golden needles, close to 1,000 of them. She actually threw them away just like that. It was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Could it be that she had a lot of sets on her hands? Lady Lianxin looked at the pile of golden needles covered in black blood, then looked at Han Yunshi. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Third elder was still looking at the black blood, and he was even more speechless. Han Yunshi had already walked to the side to wash her hands. She was very serious and focused on washing, as if nothing had happened just now. When she was done, she looked towards Qin Wang Rong and said, "Qin Wang Rong, I'll have to trouble you to wipe His Highness Crown Prince's body and put on his clothes. I'll come back in 2 days to examine him again." Qin Wang Rong was stunned by the sight. Emperor Tianhui had said that this woman was completely useless, but now it looked like that wasn't the case at all. Leaving behind a room full of stunned people, Han Yunshi straightened out her clothes and turned to leave the room. Gu Beiyue followed her out. Once they were out of the courtyard, Gu Beiyue finally spoke up. Esteemed Wang Fei, just then this one thought there was no cure for this poison. Their argument before had really made him break out in cold sweat. But Han Yunshi stopped with a helpless expression. It really can't be cured. I'm only expelling the poison first. Hearing this, Gu Beiyue finally gave a start like everyone else. Han Yunshi shrugged her shoulders and kept walking forward. She couldn't cure the poison, nor could she. She'd never admit to something like that. Even if you beat her to death. Fine, she could admit that she'd lost her moral integrity, but she didn't say she'd already cured the poison. That shouldn't count as a lie, right? There were still 2 days left. What should she do? Chapter 239. Princess Consort, you. Gu Beiyue chased after her and was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. I was also forced to do this. Who? Han Yunshi shrugged her shoulders and lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Gu Beiyue found it funny and angry at the same time. He always thought that this woman was omnipotent when it came to poisons. She was always 100% serious and meticulous when it came to patients. But who would have thought that she would act shamelessly? For such an important matter, she had easily fooled the medical school's 2 directors and 3 elders. As a doctor, Gu Beiyue loathed deceiving the world to gain fame and swindling others. But when he saw Han Yunshi's listless appearance, his eyes filled with indulgence and indulgence. In any case, I managed to gain 2 days of time. Han Yunshi lowered her head, but her voice was filled with righteousness. The pampering in Gu Beiyue's eyes became even stronger. He helplessly shook his head and unconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to rub Han Yunshi's head. But his hand stopped in midair. When Han Yunshi raised her head, his hand moved as fast as a shadow, and he silently withdrew it. This kind of fast speed was definitely not something an ordinary expert could do. But not only was his movement fast, it was also silent, making it impossible for anyone to detect him. With his hands behind his back, Gu Beiyue secretly sighed. It was a bit heavy and he couldn't help but feel helpless. This kind of Gu Beiyue was like a completely different person. He lacked his usual calmness and elegance, but had a heavy manly aura. Han Yunshi had no idea what was going on, but Long Fei, who'd been following her the entire time, saw everything clearly. Gu Beiyue! He muttered to himself. His cold eyes followed Gu Beiyue's arm, as if he had discovered something. What do you plan to do in these 2 days? Gu Beiyue lightly asked. Do you have a way? If we can't save the crown prince, both of us will die. Han Yunshi asked seriously. Although she was deliberately putting on a show in front of Third Elder and the others, at the same time, she was trying her best to expel as much poison from Long Tianma's joints as possible. Unfortunately, the bone poison could not be expelled completely. He had to apply the antidote to dissolve the remaining poison. Without the antidote, she would definitely be expelled from Medical City in 2 days. However, this was not the most serious consequence. The most serious consequence was that Long Tianma would not live for long. This time, if Long Tianma died in the Medical Academy, Emperor Tianhui wouldn't do anything to the Medical Academy. However, she and Gu Beiyue would be condemned to death. Moreover, this would become a perfectly justifiable reason for Emperor Tianhui to punish the Duke of Qin's estate. Gu Beiyue shook his head. No, but, he wanted to say, but we can escape together. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi was too preoccupied to hear the but. She'd only asked him on a whim. She'd long had an idea. Her quick-witted eyes flickered to reveal a sly smile. Han Yunshi scooted closer and lowered her voice. I do. Wait for my good news. I won't implicate anyone else in this matter. For the sake of defeating Third Elder, as well as her and Gu Beiyue's survival, Han Yunshi knew that she had to get the antidote no matter what. Thus, after thinking it over, she decided to use that name, Gu. At a time like this, finding Gu was the wisest choice. Finding a mysterious person with an unknown identity was harder than ascending to the heavens for Han Yunshi, who had no connections at all. Fortunately, there was still one person she could find. That very night, Han Yunshi found a key person, Luo Zuishan. Senior Luo, who had been disdainful of her before, now looked at her with a gaze that was like a searchlight, shining brightly. Qin Wangfei must have something important to visit so late at night, right? Luo Zuishan asked with a chuckle. It's very important. I'll have to trouble Senior Luo with this matter. Han Yunshi responded with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Zuishan was delighted. He remembered the bet between Han Yunshi and Third Elder today. Not only did she have to cure the poison in Long Tianma's body, but she also had to clearly explain the reason for Long Tianma's relapse. He thought that Han Yunshi's late-night visit was probably for the matter of the relapse. Long Tianma's poison was a goo. Even if Han Yunshi had heaven-defying skills, she would never be able to see it. If she wanted to win against Third Elder, she would have to come and beg him. As long as he had something to ask of her, he could take advantage of the situation and ask her about her acupuncture skills. Those unknown acupuncture points and those disposable gold needles were extremely tempting to any doctor. There's no harm in speaking. Luo Zuishan stroked his beard. Although he looked serious, he was secretly delighted. Who knew that Han Yunshi didn't come to ask him about Long Tianma's relapse? Instead, she got straight to the point and asked, "Where's Gu?" Hearing the three words, Gu, Luo Zuishan's hand stiffened and he almost pulled out his entire beard. Gu? Han Yunshi came to him to find Gu? When did this girl find out about his relationship with Gu? They'd run into bandits on the way to Medical City. Although it was Gu Qishao who'd saved him, he'd masked his face and kept it hidden. Moreover, Han Yunshi had been kidnapped by the time they turned back, so she wasn't present. Seeing Luo Zuishan's reaction, Han Yunshi knew she had made the right choice. She picked up her teacup and slowly sipped. Gu, Luo Zuishan endured the pain in his jaw and pretended to be a certain person. Qin Wangfei, what did you say, Gu? Imperial physician Gu? What's wrong with him? Pretending? Even if the kidnapping hadn't happened, just the fact that Gu had patted his chest and promised her that he would be released from prison was enough to prove that he had a deep relationship with Luo Zuishan. It's not Imperial Physician Gu, it's Gu. 7th. Young Master. Han Yunshi deliberately dragged out her words. Gu? This old man has never heard of this person. I wonder, what does Qin Wangfei mean? Luo Zuishan refused to admit it even if he was beaten to death. Han Yunshi was sleepy and didn't have much time to dawdle here. She still chuckled. Senior Luo, I'll have to trouble you to pass on a message to Gu. Just say that I want to see him before dawn, otherwise. Han Yunshi paused here. She didn't have anything she could use to threaten Gu Qishao with, much less tempt him. Otherwise what? After thinking for a moment, Han Yunshi continued domineeringly under Luo Zuishan's incredulous gaze. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. With that, she got up and left without looking back, leaving Luo Zuishan dumbstruck. Bear the consequences? Just how far had this lass and Gu Qishao progressed? Could it be that she had something on Gu Qishao? That silly boy couldn't have really taken a fancy to this girl, right? He wouldn't have told her all his secrets, right? Thinking of this, Luo Zuishan couldn't care less about pretending. He hurriedly walked out, naturally to search for Gu in the medical academy. As it turned out, Han Yunshi had made the right bet this time. Not long after she returned to her room, Gu appeared in front of her window. Poison lass, bear the consequences? How conceited. He laughed playfully, and anyone could see that he was very happy. Han Yunshi copied him and smiled with narrowed eyes. She hooked her finger, indicating for him to enter the room. Seeing this, Gu was even happier. He was very obedient and jumped in through the window without another word. Those who didn't know the situation would really think that the two of them were having an affair. As soon as Gu came in, Han Yunshi became serious. Sit, I have something to ask of you. If someone were to ask her why she was so sure that Gu would come for no reason, she wouldn't be able to answer. Her intuition told her that he would come. Luo Zuishan naturally told Gu about what happened in the backyard of the consultation hall today. Seeing Han Yunxi's serious expression, he could guess a thing or two. It was rare for him to be so serious, but the words he said were hair-raising. He said, "Since you have something to ask of me, how about you repay me with your body?" Han Yunxi spat out the tea in her mouth and sprayed it all over Gu's face. Scram! She threw this word at him without hesitation. Not only was Gu not angry, he wiped his face and still had a radiant smile on his face. "You can owe me first. Think about it." Han Yunxi immediately threw the teacup at him, exploding with anger. Scram, scram, scram. Seeing that she was so angry that her entire person was unwell, Gu was rarely serious and said gently, all right. Ki. What is it?" In that instant, Han Yunxi almost believed that Gu also had a gentle side, but she quickly laughed at her own thoughts. "Help me ask Luo Zuishan what's going on with Long Tianma's relapse," Han Yunxi said seriously. Luo Zuishan was so confident in requesting a consultation, so he must have absolute confidence. She wouldn't personally ask Luo Zuishan for help. Letting Gu do it would save a lot of trouble. Gu had a guilty conscience, but he smiled and nodded. "Okay. There's another matter. It's very urgent," Han Yunxi continued. This time, Gu was puzzled. What else could this girl have to say? Long Tianma's big belly was because he was poisoned with a gu. His big belly had disappeared, not because he was ill, but because someone had removed the gu. And the poison in Long Tianma's joints had also been removed. Han Yunxi was sure to win against Third Elder. "What's the matter?" Gu asked curiously. "I want to see someone. It's best if I can see him tomorrow. Help me find him." Han Yunxi lowered her voice. "Who is it?" Gu became more and more curious. "Northern Li's Kong Wang Jun Yixie." Han Yunxi answered truthfully. She didn't know that Long Tianma was poisoned with gu, nor did she know that Long Tianma's big belly was gone because the gu had been removed. She only knew that in order to win against Third Elder, she had to solve 3 problems. First, Long Tianma's relapse. Luo Zuishan could help her with this matter. Second, how did Long Tianma's big belly not fall out? This was Jun Yixie's masterpiece, so he must know. Third, the antidote for Long Tianma's bone poison. This was also Jun Yixie's rhythm. He should have the antidote. If he poisoned someone without the antidote, wouldn't it be the same as murder? Jun Yixie shouldn't have the guts to do so. Why are you looking for him? Gu was truly puzzled this time. He's the mastermind behind Northern Li's undercover operation. He's a true poison expert. Han Yunxi answered in a low voice. Hearing this, Gu suddenly narrowed his eyes. A dangerous light flashed through his flirtatious eyes. It's him. In that case, Jun Yixie was also a gu expert? This was really beyond his expectations. I want to see him as soon as possible, Han Yunxi said seriously. The dangerous light in Gu's eyes disappeared. He asked jokingly, Northern Li's Kong Wang is your husband's sworn enemy. Does Long Fei Yi know that you want to see him? Chapter 240. When they parted at the inn, Long Fei Yi said that he would always be in Medical City. Han Yunxi admitted that the first person she'd thought of was Long Fei. It was only right and proper to ask him for help, but she quickly rejected the idea. She knew that Long Fei Yi came to Medical City this time for the poison warehouse. Even if he saved her from Jun Yixie, he didn't expose his identity. He must be very busy and didn't want to cause more trouble. Moreover, she could deal with Luo Zuishan by asking Gu for help, which was the most suitable choice. It's a secret. Don't tell him. Han Yunxi answered Gu's question in a joking tone. It's much easier for him to find Jun Yixie than it is for me. Don't you want to ask him for help? Gu probed. Han Yunxi was still joking. She said with a smile, He'll come whenever you call him. As for him, I don't even know where to find him. Even if he was always in Medical City, she really didn't know where to find him or who to contact. She was always like this, inadvertently discovering that she really knew nothing about that man. Sometimes, even though he was right next to her, she would feel that he was far away. Come whenever you call him? Gu Qishao rubbed his chin as he mulled over the words with interest. Instead of getting angry, he laughed happily. I like what you said. Still, Gu Qishao was quite reliable when it came to Han Yunxi's matters. He used a finger to poke at Han Yunxi's forehead and said seriously, I can help you make an appointment with Jun Yixie, but he's tried to kidnap you time and time again. You actually wanted to deliver yourself to his doorstep, you back in the mountain behind the Heavenly Fragrance tea house. Gu and Jun Yixie had fought. He wasn't completely sure that he could protect Han Yunxi. I have my ways to deal with him. You can just come with me. Han Yunxi was serious now. Although meeting Jun Yixie seemed ridiculous and stupid, she could only rely on Jun Yixie to cure the poison in Long Tianma's body. What is it? Let's hear it. Gu asked curiously. Why? Are you afraid of him too? Han Yunxi asked with a smile. Gu snorted and did not ask any more questions. Wait, I'll give you the news tomorrow morning, Gu said and was about to leave, but just as he reached the door, he turned back and said mysteriously, Poison lass, you were saved by Long Feiyi, right? If the person who kidnapped Han Yunxi was Jun Yixie, then there were only a few people in the world who could save her. Long Feiyi was the first. Han Yunxi nodded. There was no need to hide the kidnapping. Hearing this, the corners of Gu's mouth slowly rose, revealing a pair of charming dimples. Very good, Long Feiyi also came to Medical City. Gu didn't have any special fetishes in his life, but he liked to hold grudges. Long Fei had sealed off his teahouses and teahouses, as well as that time in Medicine City. He still remembered. If he didn't take revenge now, when would he? Medical City was no longer Long Feiyi's territory. This time, he had to properly repay Long Feiyi. Of course, revenge would have to wait until the matter with Long Tianma was settled. Then, he would study it carefully. This was probably the first time Gu had left Han Yunxi so happily. He was in a good mood and looked back with a smile at the door. Poison lass, see you tomorrow. Yeah, the door closed. In the dead of night, everything quieted down. Long Fei rested his head on his arms as he reclined on Han Yunxi's roof. He stared at the vast expanse of stars, his eyes as black as midnight growing deeper and deeper, making him more and more unfathomable. That night, he didn't sleep at all. It wasn't until dawn that Tang Li arrived. You're actually here. Tang Li was in disbelief. He had searched for Long Feiyi for an entire day and night. In the end, he didn't know where to find him, so he could only come to Han Yunxi's place to try his luck. They had a lot of things to do in Medical City, but this guy was actually here. How was he always in Medical City? He was always by Han Yunxi's side, all right? Long Feiyi seemed to be in a daze the entire time, but when he saw Tang Li arrive, he quickly gathered his thoughts. Are the people from Medicine City here yet? Only the Mu clan isn't here yet. They'll probably arrive in the next 2 days. I heard the Mu clan's medicine is very important this time, Tang Li replied honestly. Although Medical City's poison sect had been destroyed many years ago, there were still remnants of it left behind. In the poison sect's forbidden grounds was a terrifying poison beast called the Gu Shu. No one had been able to kill it for nearly 100 years. The medical academy could only work with Medicine City to concoct medicine every 5 years and put it to sleep. Rumor had it that this poison beast was the poison sect's most legendary existence. It could distinguish and consume hundreds of poisons, and its blood could cure hundreds of poisons. Most frightening of all, the poison beast itself was highly toxic. Once bitten, it was equivalent to being poisoned by hundreds of poisons. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save you. The poison sect had been destroyed, but the indestructible poison beast had become the object of everyone's competition. Every time the Gu Shu woke up, all sorts of factions would secretly gather in the peaceful medical city. The Mu clan? Who's delivering the medicine? Long Feiyi asked again. Mu Ling Tang Li was clearly very excited. That genius pharmacist? Long Feiyi had heard Tang Li mention this name many times. This gifted little girl was hailed as the most talented pharmacist in Medicine City this year. It was said that she was the best candidate to become the next head of the Mu clan. Of course, Medical City's three great clans weren't just delivering medicine. They also needed to concoct the medicine, brew it, and cooperate with Medical City's people to drug the poison beast. The fact that the Mu clan had sent Mu Ling this time was enough to prove that she had the ability to take charge of a department on her own. Just wait, there'll definitely be a good show to watch this time. Tang Li was very certain that the Mu clan's medicine was very important this time. This also meant that the Mu clan's pharmacists were going to take on a big responsibility. He was very much looking forward to Mu Ling's performance. Long Feiyi glanced at him, clearly uninterested. Tang Li thought that he was going to leave, but he didn't move from his seat. You're not leaving? Weren't they planning on exploring the poison sect's forbidden grounds for the next 2 or 3 days? Long Feiyi shook his head and smiled cold. There's a good show today. Want to watch? Tang Li grew suspicious and looked down. Long Feiyi didn't speak. He was clearly smiling cold just a moment ago, but now his chiseled face was terrifyingly cold. Tang Li didn't dare ask a second question. Han Yunxi had made a bet with the Council of Elders' third elder that she'd cured Long Tianma's poison yesterday. If everything went smoothly in 2 days, she'd be able to defeat third elder. With Han Yunxi's personality, she wouldn't let third elder off if everything went smoothly. News of this had already spread through the medical academy yesterday afternoon. The real show would have to wait until the examination in 2 days. What kind of show could this woman possibly have? With no other choice, Tang Li could only sit down next to Long Feiyi and wait with him. He didn't know when he'd started to get used to Long Feiyi's unplanned waiting. In any case, he could see clearly that Han Yunxi was an existence outside of Long Feiyi's plans. She was his exception. The sun rose in the east and the sky was bright. Not long after Han Yunxi woke up, Gu arrived. Did you make the appointment? Han Yunxi asked anxiously. Gu smiled. His mood was as good as the rosy clouds in the eastern sky. He reached out his hand to Han Yunxi. Let's go. Han Yunxi put her hand on his without saying anything. It wasn't that she was casual. Instead, it was because she was magnanimous that she didn't have so many taboos. If it were Long Feiyi's hand, she would probably hesitate for a moment. On the contrary, Gu paused for a moment. He didn't seem to expect Han Yunxi to be so calm and straightforward. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He held Han Yunxi's hand tightly, put his other hand on her shoulder, and led her over the wall. Gu and Jun Yixie had arranged to meet at a tea house in the west of the city. When they arrived, Jun Yixie hadn't arrived yet. Gu Qishao ordered a table full of pastries and side dishes. There were at least 20 different dishes in total. All of Medical City's specialty pastries are here. Eat slowly, Jun Yixie won't be here so early. Although she wasn't afraid of meeting the person who had kidnapped her again and again, she couldn't help but feel nervous. At this time, Han Yunxi didn't have much of an appetite. However, she casually glanced at the pastries on the table and found that these pastries were more or less the same as the ones Long Feiyi ordered at the inn that night. You must try these when you come to Medical City. Try these. It's said that they're the favorite of you women. Gu attentively put a large plate of pastries on Han Yunxi's plate. Han Yunxi stared blankly. Long Fei, did you prepare all the delicacies on the table that night as well? Seeing Han Yunxi's strange expression, Gu hurriedly asked, Are you not feeling well? Han Yunxi didn't answer him, and buried her head in the food. Liking someone was so inexplicable that you suddenly missed him so much. Liking someone was so unreasonable that you clearly wanted his company, but you wouldn't ask. Gu was puzzled. He sat down next to Han Yunshi, supported his head with one hand, and tilted his head to look at her. From the first time he met this girl in the cave until now, they were either laughing or pretending to be serious. However, this time Gu could see that this girl really had something on her mind. "Poison girl, what's wrong?" he asked seriously. Han Yunshi didn't reply, but continued to eat in big bites. "Did someone bully you after I left last night?" Gu didn't realize that he was really anxious. Han Yunshi didn't answer and almost choked on her food. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, she changed the topic. "Jun Yixie is also in Medical City?" She thought that they would have to travel a bit today, but she didn't expect that Jun Yixie was in Medical City. The kidnapping attempt was unsuccessful. Could it be that this guy was lurking in Medical City and was about to take action? "What's wrong with you?" Gu was serious. Han Yunshi took a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. No matter how you looked at it, this action was incomparably intimate. However, only Gu knew that Han Yunshi's hand was so strong that he almost choked. "Try it. This green bean sorbet is the best. I like it." Han Yunshi smiled beautifully. Gu tried hard to swallow the food in his throat. Just as he was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Jun Yixie, as promised. Chapter 241. Counting carefully, Han Yunshi had been kidnapped by Jun Yixie 3 times, and each time was extremely dangerous. At this time, this person was at the door. The more Gu looked at Han Yunshi, the more he felt that this woman was bold. He didn't know where she got the courage to ask Jun Yixie face to face for the antidote. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door was neither fast nor slow, and it was orderly. It could be seen that the person knocking on the door was very calm. "I'll open the door." Gu was about to get up, but Han Yunshi stopped him. "What's the hurry? I'll go." Gu shrugged and gestured for her to open the door. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi didn't open the door immediately. Instead, she slowly chewed and swallowed the pastry in her hand before getting up. Compared to the knocking on the door, Han Yunshi's rhythm was more calm and unhurried. Gu couldn't help but shake his head. The smile on the corner of his mouth revealed endless doting. Han Yunshi didn't hesitate and directly opened the door. Although she was fully prepared, the person outside the door still made her suck in a breath of cold air. She guessed that Jun Yixie would come alone, but she didn't expect that he would show his real face. This domineering face exuded the aura of a wild king. Han Yunshi had only caught a glimpse of it before, but she would never forget it. Last time, she didn't see wrong. There was a blood-red eyebrow nail embedded in the corner of his right eyebrow. Under the cover of his fine bangs, she couldn't see what kind of totem it was. It was mysterious and full of wildness. At this time, the two stood facing each other with only a threshold between them. Other than facing Long Feiyi, this was the first time Han Yunshi felt such a strong aura. Jun Yixie looked at Han Yunshi from head to toe. He was extremely presumptuous, and did not try to hide anything. Han Yunshi did not back down and bravely looked back at him. After a few inadvertent eye contact, Jun Yixie's gaze became even more domineering and invasive. Han Yunshi's eyes were bright and clear as she returned his gaze. She did not know that her aura at this moment was actually not weaker than the man in front of her. The two of them were silent, and the whole world seemed to have quieted down. The atmosphere was tense. Behind Han Yunshi, Gu had already grasped the hilt of his sword. Danger was imminent. However, Han Yunshi suddenly smiled. "It is my honor to have your Highness Duke Kong grace me with his presence." "It is my honor to receive Qin Wangfei's invitation," Jun Yixie quickly responded. Even when he smiled, he looked like a demon, without any hint of a smile. "Please." Han Yunshi was natural and unrestrained, and her smile was especially beautiful. She had calculated that when she took the initiative to invite him, Jun Yixie was still a man and the dignified Duke of Northernly. He still had some magnanimity. He would not refuse the invitation, nor would he take the opportunity to kidnap her. Jun Isye strode in and glanced at Gu from the corner of his eyes. He did not take him seriously. Even though he was here, he still wanted to kidnap Han Yunshi. This woman was really too useful to him. However, he would not do that. This woman dared to disregard former enmity and take the initiative to invite him. If he did not have the magnanimity to take the opportunity to kidnap her, wouldn't he be worse than a woman? Your Highness Duke Kong, I think you also know why I invited you. Han Yunshi went straight to the point. Long Tianma's life was in danger, and there were only 2 days left until the bet. She did not have much time to waste here. Jun Isye had poisoned Long Tianma and sent him back to Medical City. Wasn't he the one who wanted to make things difficult for her? Unexpectedly, Jun Isye was not happy at all. He sat down at the tea table and leisurely brewed tea. This duke does not know. He had always been straightforward and did not like to dawdle. However, this time, he was facing Han Yunshi. It was rare for him to have the patience to slowly chat. Han Yunshi hated this kind of pretense the most. Seeing that Jun Isye was leisurely pouring tea, she pressed down on the teacup and said very directly, Duke Kong, the poison in Long Tianma's body is concentrated in the joints of his body. This poison was cultivated in Medicine City's poison pool, correct? As soon as she said this, a trace of surprise flashed through Jun Isye's eyes. He knew of Han Yunshi's abilities. It was normal for this woman to be able to find out that Long Tianma's poison was concentrated in his joints. However, how could she be so sure that the poison was cultivated in Medicine City's poison pool? Although he was surprised, Jun Isye was determined to waste time here with Han Yunshi. He frowned slightly. Qin Wangfei, this duke does not understand what you are saying. Does not understand? Han Yunshi hated this kind of meaningless hypocrisy. Wasn't it boring? She slowly narrowed her eyes and directly threw out a heavy bomb. Your Highness Duke Kong, what do you think of exchanging Long Tianma's life for a bottle of poison pool water? As soon as these words came out, Jun Isye could not hold back at all. He abruptly raised his eyes to look at her, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes. It was clear that he was shocked. But speaking of which, anyone who knew about the poison pool in Medicine City's medicine forest would be shocked to hear Han Yunshi's words. It had to be known that even now, the 3 great clans of Medicine City still did not understand how such a large pool of poison water had disappeared. That night, although Jun Isye was injured and left first, the Mu clan was still present. That large pool of poison water had indeed disappeared into thin air. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi did not have the chance to touch the poison pool. How could this woman have poison pool water? The value of poison pool water lay in the fact that it could be used to cultivate new poisonous creatures. The reason why Jun Isye was able to cultivate the 100-leaf purple jade grass was because he had a small cup of poison pool water on hand. How much poison water did this woman have on hand? Han Yunshi, the disappearance of Medicine City's poison pool, is related to you? Jun Isye probed. Something that disappeared into thin air. Your Highness Duke Kong must not slander me. Medicine City is not something I can afford to offend, Han Yunshi replied seriously. How could you have poison pool water? Jun Isye pressed. Your Highness Duke Kong was able to cultivate that poison, so you must also have poison pool water. In that case, the disappearance of the poison pool water is also related to you? Han Yunshi blinked her eyes and asked seriously. That innocent expression of hers was enough to make one anxious to death. Gu, who had been listening from the side, couldn't help but rub his chin. Medicine City's poison pool water? So this woman had such a valuable bargaining chip in her hands. No wonder she had the confidence to meet with Jun Isye. Originally, Han Yunshi had a request to make of Jun Isye, but now it seemed that Jun Isye had a request to make of Han Yunshi. Jun Isye was rendered speechless by Han Yunshi's rhetorical question. He finally stopped beating around the bush and asked seriously, How can I be sure that you really have poison pool water in your hands? As soon as she heard this, Han Yunshi knew that Jun Yixie was moved. There was hope in this deal. This time, Han Yunshi was no longer anxious with Jun Yixie. She sat back down and imitated Jun Yixie's earlier demeanor, calmly pouring tea. After finishing the cup of tea, she took out a poison pill from her sleeve and tossed it to Jun Yixie. I cultivated this. I call it bone poison. As soon as Jun Yixie caught the bone poison, he was certain that it was the 100-leaf purple jade grass that he had cultivated. Its composition and toxicity were exactly the same, only its appearance was different. Without poison pool water and those specific medicinal herbs, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate this type of poison. Han Yunshi definitely had poison pool water in her hands, as well as the medicinal herbs that he had spent great effort to collect. No matter how this woman got her hands on those things, she had them. Tianning's crown prince's life isn't only worth a single bottle of poison, is it? Jun Yixie laughed coldly. Han Yunshi wasn't planning to back down. Her expression was helpless. I only have one bottle on hand. I can only inconvenience His Highness Crown Prince by lowering his status. These words were simply meant to confuse the public. Jun Yixie had no way to tell the truth, much less guess how Han Yunshi had gotten her hands on the poison pool water. Of course, Jun Yixie wasn't someone easy to deal with. Despite the chaos in his heart, his expression was as steady as Mt. Tai. How could the stately heir apparent of Tianning lower his status? The prestige of Tianning's imperial clan is much more valuable than a person's life. Jun Yixie was right. Long Tianma's tragedy was that his title as crown prince was more important than his life. Being bedridden for so long had cost him half of his youth and half of his chances. Now that he'd recovered, he'd become Emperor Tianhui's chess piece. Han Yunshi's thoughts wandered. She couldn't imagine how Long Tianma would treat his father and ruler, Emperor Tianhui, after he recovered from his illness. In other words, we can't make a deal? Gu interjected. Jun Yixie glanced at him without replying, but rose to his feet with the intention of leaving. No matter how precious the poison pond water was, a single bottle wasn't worth Long Tianma's life. In this situation, it was time for Han Yunshi to increase her bargaining chip, but she actually rose to her feet with a smile. How regretful, Your Highness Duke of Kong. If there's a chance, we'll meet again next time. Jun Yixie's heart gave a start, but he refused to believe that Han Yunshi would give up just like that. If she couldn't save Jun Yixie, she'd be in big trouble. See you again. Jun Yixie cupped his fists and bowed before turning to leave. Seeing this, Han Yunshi remained unmoved, as steady as Mount Tai. Gu leaned on one side, stroking his chin as he silently counted Jun Yixie's footstep. Jun Yixie reached the door, his lips quirked up into a cold, sinister smile. He stopped and said icily, "Qin Wangfei, your lordship has brought the antidote. Where's the poison pool water?" "One thing for one thing. Where's the antidote?" Han Yunshi kept her guard up, unwilling to suffer any losses. Jun Yixie finally turned around and took out an antidote pill from his sleeve. At the same time, Han Yunshi took out a bottle of poison pool water as well. Seeing this, Gu quickly murmured, "Wait, let's get him half of it first to see if it's real or fake before exchanging." However, Han Yunshi didn't seem to hear him. She stared at the antidote in Jun Yixie's hand, her brows slightly furrowed as she concentrated on it. "Qin Wangfei, can we exchange now?" Jun Yixie held the antidote and walked over step by step. Han Yunshi suddenly retreated and shouted angrily, "Jun Yixie, your antidote is fake. That's the antidote for the 1,000 osmanthus grass. You're shameless." With these words, Jun Yixie stopped in his tracks. He was once again shocked by Han Yunshi. He hadn't concocted the antidote yet, so the pill in his hand was obviously fake. However, Han Yunshi was watching from afar, so how did she know? She could actually accurately identify the antidote for the poison. This woman was too scary. Gu was also shocked by Han Yunshi's ability. However, He quickly regained his senses and stepped forward to protect Han Yunxi behind him, distancing herself from Jun Yixie. Kong Wang, are you still a man for deceiving a woman like this? Gu mocked disdainfully. Jun Yixie's face alternated between red and white. However, he quickly ignored the last trace of awkwardness in his heart and coldly said, Han Yunxi, tell this prince where this poison pond water came from. This time, this prince won't make things difficult for you. Where's the antidote? Han Yunxi angrily asked. This was the question she was most concerned about. The reason she had no choice but to take this risk was also for the sake of the antidote. However, Jun Yixie gave her a despairing answer. The antidote hasn't appeared yet. This prince wants Long Tianma to die in Medical City. Note to the readers. Recently, I haven't been able to stabilize the update time. Everyone, come to see the update at 9 p.m. This is the latest time. Welcome to Add Momo's public WeChat account. Jimomo 2015. Reply Gu to see the text and explanation. Chapter 242. Jun Yixie, you're going against the rules of using poisons. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by your peers? Han Yunxi rebuked angrily. There was an unwritten rule in the poison world that one should never use poisons without an antidote unless absolutely necessary. Han Yunxi, rather than worrying about my reputation, why don't you worry about your own life? Jun Yixie was especially disdainful of his so-called peers. He held one of the top positions in Cloud Realm Continent's poison world and never followed any rules. In a field, strength was everything. With strength, one could set the rules. Seeing Jun Yixie's disdainful smile, Han Yunxi only felt hatred. She glared viciously at Jun Yixie, wishing she could kill him with her gaze. She really had overestimated this fellow's character. What was she supposed to do now? 2 days later, losing to Third Elder and being expelled from Medical City wasn't a big deal, but Long Tianma's death, thinking up to here, Han Yunxi's glare at Jun Yixie grew colder and colder. She was so angry that her entire body began to emit a terrifying killing intent. Even Gu could sense the change in her aura. But Jun Yixie seemed to like Han Yunxi's angry look very much. His smile grew even more savage as he said, Han Yunxi, leave the poison pond water behind. This time, your lordship won't make things difficult for you. He even dared to ask for her poison pond water. Han Yunxi laughed out loud. You call this not making things difficult? Then what's considered making things difficult? I finally understand why you're wearing a mask. You're just shameless. At these words, Jun Yixie's face turned 3 shades redder. You! He was more shocked than angry, more embarrassed than shocked. He'd never been insulted like this in his life, much less by a woman. What about me? I thought I overestimated your character, but it looks like you have no character at all. Let me tell you, don't even think about getting a single drop of the poison pond water. Han Yunxi shouted angrily. Jun Yixie's face was flushed red. No one knew if it was due to guilt or anger. Either way, he stood there, seemingly caught off guard and at a loss of what to do. The dignified Kong Wang of Northern Li, the high and mighty leader of the 100 Poisons sect, was actually scolded by Han Yunxi like this. It was really hard to imagine. Gu widened his eyes and watched from the side. He thought that this woman must be mad. Under such circumstances, it would not do them any good to provoke Jun Yixie too much. At this time, Tang Li, who was watching the show from the rooftop, was laughing so hard that he almost had a stroke. Long Feiyi, this is really a good show. Jun Yixie would definitely kill her. Ha! Stupid woman. Long Feiyi's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. It seemed like no good show would be able to please him. Tang Li was laughing, but he did not miss the thing in Han Yunxi's hand. He asked suspiciously, Hey, how did she get the poison pond water? This was also what Long Feiyi did not understand. On the night the poison pond water disappeared, he was present. Han Yunxi fainted in his arms, so that woman did not have the chance to come into contact with the poison pond water. At this time, Jun Yi-xie had already recovered from Han Yunxi's scolding. He ignored the hesitation in his heart and with a cold face, he walked towards Han Yunxi step by step. Han Yunxi, you don't have the qualifications to be impudent in front of this prince. Hand over the poison pond water, otherwise don't blame this prince for being impolite. Gu was protecting Han Yunxi, but who knew that Han Yunxi would suddenly push him away with one hand and raise the poison pond water up high with the other. She stood up and faced Jun Yi-xie, coldly snorting, "You want this thing, right? I won't give it to you." The moment her voice fell, she fiercely threw the poison pond water in her hand onto the ground. No one expected Han Yunxi to do this. This woman was so fierce. "You dare!" Jun Yi-xie was the first to react. He did not even think as he leaned forward to protect the poison pond water. Who knew that at this moment, Han Yunxi would suddenly raise her hand and fiercely shoot out several poison needles, striking first to gain the initiative. Unfortunately, the strength and speed of the torrential pear blossom tears was just a small trick in front of an expert like Jun Yi-xie. Even if Jun Yi-xie was wholeheartedly protecting the poison pond water, he still easily dodged it. Jun Yi-xie pressed one hand on the ground and the other hand held onto the poison pond water. Almost at the same time, all the poison needles that Han Yunxi shot out fell to the ground beside him. At this moment, Jun Yi-xie suddenly raised his head and his eyes were as fierce as the king of hell, cold as he looked at Han Yunxi. This woman had already crossed his bottom line. Today, he would not take her away, but he would definitely make her pay the price. "Han Yunxi, this prince has already said that you don't have the qualifications to be impudent in front of this prince." After Jun Yi-xie's cold voice, he fiercely slapped the ground with his hand, causing all the poison needles in the surroundings to shoot back at Han Yunxi at lightning speed. His speed was so fast that it was hard to deal with. "Careful!" In the nick of time, Gu Qishao wrapped an arm around Han Yunxi's waist and pulled her into his embrace. With a turn of his body, his scarlet robes billowed in the air, creating a gust of wind that knocked the poison needles flying towards them to the ground. "Jun Yi-xie, this is the first time this young master has seen you make a move against a woman, hee. Gu's lips curled into a mocking smile. She asked for it. Jun Yi-xie was currently in a rage, so how could he care about whether he was a gentleman or not? "You're a man, so be a bit gentlemanly and give in to her." Gu was still smiling. It looked like he was joking, but it was actually a mocking smile. As he spoke, he pulled Han Yunxi back and glanced at the window to the side. If they couldn't win, then the best strategy was to run. "Gu, you invited this prince out, so it's not that easy to break up." Jun Yi-xie saw through Gu's intentions at a glance. He casually put the poison pond water into his sleeve and approached in a flash. Gu immediately dodged, but at this time Han Yunxi was well behaved. She nestled in Gu's embrace and silently looked at Jun Yi-xie's sleeve, as if waiting for something. Jun Yi-xie chased after him while Gu Qishao dodged. Although Gu Qishao's overall strength wasn't inferior to Jun Yi-xie's, he wasn't weak either. Without a direct confrontation, it was easy for him to protect Han Yunxi while dodging and dodging. As he dodged, he teased Jun Yi-xie with a few words. Of course, during this chase, Jun Yi-xie had already used poison several times, and Gu had also neutralized it several times. During the entire process, Han Yunxi was unusually quiet, so quiet that she was almost ignored. Suddenly, Jun Yi-xie stopped abruptly, one hand on his sword. Seeing this, Gu's eyes darkened and he became alert. Jun Yi-xie did not speak any more nonsense. Gu also didn't know that it was useless to say anything at this time. The room became especially quiet, and the air was filled with tension. But who knew that in this silence, Jun Yi-xie, who was about to draw his sword, suddenly groaned. His right hand dropped and his sword fell to the ground with a clang. This, before anyone could understand what had happened, Jun Yixie immediately took out the bottle of poison pond water from his sleeve. Poison! The poison pond water had been tampered with and his hand was poisoned. What a treacherous Han Yunxi! It turned out that her provocative insults weren't because she was stupid or arrogant, but because she had a motive. Jun Yixie, one of the top poisons experts of the poison world, had once again fallen to this woman's hands and been poisoned. His right hand suddenly lost all strength. His wrist, elbow, and all 3 joints were in pain. It was similar to the 100 Leaves Purple Jade, but it wasn't completely the same. Damn it, he couldn't determine what kind of poison it was and whether the poison would spread to other parts of his body. Han Yunxi, you're despicable. Jun Yixie clenched the bottle of poison pond water and was about to throw it at Han Yunxi. But who knew that before it left his hand, the porcelain bottle suddenly exploded with a bang, spraying out a poisonous mist. This was Han Yunxi's real motive. Who would have thought that she still had this trick up her sleeve? Jun Yixie didn't even have time to throw the porcelain bottle away, and the poisonous mist sprayed onto his face. Damn it, it was another poison that he couldn't identify immediately. Jun Yixie could only dodge and disperse the poisonous mist. Jun Yixie, this princess consort dared to come see you, not because she believes in you, but because she believes in herself. This time, this princess consort will kidnap you. The current Han Yunxi was the same as before, confident and calm. However, there was an additional charm that no one could ignore, as if she was the focus of the entire world. Gu, what are you in a daze for? Why aren't you making a move? She said in a low voice. Before Gu could move, Jun Yixie blew a whistle and 20 black-robed poison men suddenly flew in from the surrounding windows, surrounding him tightly. Following that, another 20 black-robed poison men rushed in and attacked Gu together. In the midst of the chaos, Jun Yixie was the first to jump out of the window. No one noticed that just as Jun Yixie was about to jump out of the window, a white figure appeared out of thin air and a pair of blossom rain needles viciously pierced into Jun Yixie's shoulder. Following that, a kick came, kicking him down from high up in the air. Fuck! Who is he guarding against? He brought so many people here. Gu cursed. How would he be able to chase after them? He thought that it would be better for him to escape as soon as possible. Although he could deal with this batch of black-robed poison men, but with Han Yunxi protecting him, he didn't dare to take the risk. Han Yunxi had not expected that there would be so many black-robed poison men lying in ambush around them. This time, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to capture Jun Yixie. However, just as she was about to give up, she suddenly felt a strong gust of wind blowing by her side. Before she could figure out what was going on, she was pulled out from Gu's embrace, and she crashed into another chest. Kill everyone here without mercy! A cold voice sounded from above. Han Yunxi raised her head and immediately saw a clean and good-looking jaw with strong lines. Even the way this man spoke was so good-looking. It was him, Long Feiyi. Tang Li had gone to chase after Jun Yixie, and other than Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi, other than Jun Yixie's poison men, there was only Gu. What did Long Feiyi mean by saying, "Kill everyone without mercy"? One by one, guards wielding Tang Clan's hidden weapons appeared. There were at least 50 of them, and in an instant, the private box was completely surrounded, their momentum completely suppressing the 2 batches of poison men. With more people, the fight became even more intense and Gu's figure was completely drowned out by the black mass of people. In the midst of the chaos, Long Feiyi's footsteps were still calm and composed. One of his hands was wrapped tightly around Han Yunxi's waist, his expression cold and stern as he walked step by step out from the chaos. At that moment, Han Yunxi's entire body had stiffened. How could she have thought that he would come? Chapter 243. Han Yunxi never thought that Long Feiyi would appear here. Had this guy and Tang Li been here for a long time, or had they met by chance? She only felt that the top of her head was cold, and her waist was being held very tightly. Long Feiyi didn't seem to be in a good mood. She wanted to raise her head and look at Long Fei's face, but she didn't have the courage. She didn't owe him anything, and she didn't do anything wrong, but she felt guilty. However, just as Han Yunxi was immersed in her own world, she suddenly heard an unusually sharp whooshing sound behind her. The Tang sect's hidden weapons were very small, and they rarely made any obvious sounds when they were used. However, the sound behind her was so sharp that there was no doubt that a large number of hidden weapons had been fired at the same time, and they were very fast. Hearing this sound and seeing so many Tang sect's hidden guards just now, Han Yunxi realized that Long Fei had come prepared. How did this guy know that she had an appointment with Jun Yixie? At this time, Long Fei had already walked out of the room with her in his arms. With a creak, the door was closed behind them. As soon as she heard this sound, Han Yunxi, who was still in a daze, suddenly changed her expression. She broke free from Long Fei's arm and turned around to look. She saw that the windows on both sides were also closed, and several Tang sect's hidden guards were blocking the door and window. This was like sealing off the entire private room. The Tang sect's blockade. Han Yunxi immediately understood what was going on. This was a very terrifying formation of the Tang sect's hidden weapons attack. This was a completely sealed attack. Once it was sealed, unless someone was released from the outside, no one inside could come out. This was because the hidden guards inside were already prepared to sacrifice themselves, and their bodies were the final hidden weapons. Everyone would die, including those hidden guards. Therefore, the Tang sect's blockade was also known as the human hidden weapons. Gu is still in the room. Han Yunxi was so anxious that her face turned pale. She shouted at Long Fei loudly. Long Fei's gloomy face darkened even more. He asked coldly, "So? Open the door." Han Yunxi was so anxious that she was in a mess. She wanted to open the door, but the Tang clan guards didn't budge at all. "Open the door, our men are still inside." Han Yunxi was really anxious. Although she often disliked Gu, she had long regarded him as a friend in her heart. The secret guards of the Tang sect only obeyed the orders of Tang Li and Long Fei. In the face of Han Yunxi's shouts, they remained indifferent. Han Yunxi turned around and looked at Long Fei for help. She finally noticed the murderous intent in Long Fei's eyes. For a moment she fell silent. Long Fei only glanced at her coldly and ignored her. He turned around and walked to the side. He leaned against the railing with his hands behind his back like a king who ruled over everything. He looked down at Tang Li's situation downstairs. Han Yunxi knew that Long Fei had been looking for opportunities to deal with Gu ever since the incident at the Celestial Fragrance Tea House. However, she never thought that Long Fei would be so ruthless as to really want Gu's life. Looking at Long Fei's cold back, Han Yunxi's eyes flashed with determination. As soon as she turned around, the pear blossom teardrop rain poison needles flew out of her sleeve. The secret guards at the door were not on guard against Han Yunxi. Faced with the sudden attack of the poison needles, they could not dodge in time. She hit their vital points and killed them. After that, Han Yunxi viciously kicked at the door. Unfortunately, she was too weak and didn't manage to kick it open. Meanwhile, the guards on the side had already rushed over. Long Fei turned around as well, his eyes filled with warning. Han Yunxi ignored that she was very clear that she had killed the secret guards of the Tang sect. They were the subordinates of Tang Li and Long Fei. However, she did not care so much. As she continued to kick the door, she used both hands to shoot poison needles to prevent the secret guards from approaching. Gu was here to help her. Today, even if she had to fall out with Long Fei, even if she had to risk her life, she had to save Gu. The pear blossom teardrop rain was a secret weapon specially made by Tang Li. It was quite reliable and could block the secret guards on both sides. Han Yunxi used both hands to shoot poison needles, so she could only use her feet to kick the door. Damn it, why was the door so tightly shut? Han Yunxi kicked until her feet hurt, but it still did not move an inch. She gritted her teeth, turned sideways, and her whole body fiercely crashed into the door. Finally, the door was knocked open. However, before Han Yunshi could see the situation inside clearly, Long Feiyi appeared out of thin air at the door. His tall and imposing figure blocked Han Yunshi's line of sight. He faced her and looked down at her from above. "What are you doing? I just said that Gu is inside." Han Yunshi was impatient. She could already smell the thick smell of blood in the room. "What does it have to do with you whether he's dead or alive?" Long Feiyi asked again. "What does it have to do with you?" Han Yunshi retorted angrily. Without waiting for Long Feiyi to answer, she reached out to push him. "Please move aside." However, how could Han Yunshi push Long Feiyi away? No matter how hard she tried, she could not move him at all. Long Feiyi lowered his head to look at Han Yunshi's hand that was pressed against his chest. He could not understand. This woman was usually timid in front of him, but why would she be so daring every time for outsiders matters? Why would she shout at him and hit him? "He's here to help me. The matter of the traitor last time had nothing to do with him. Why do you want his life?" Han Yunshi questioned. "That also has nothing to do with you." Long Feiyi's cold voice gradually revealed suppressed anger. Previously, he did not have the heart to kill Gu, but now, he had the heart to kill him. He was about to pull Han Yunshi's hand away when suddenly, he felt weak all over. He unconsciously took a step back and almost fell. Han Yunshi hurriedly pulled him and let him lean against the wall. However, once Long Feiyi leaned against the wall, he really lost all his strength and slowly slid down the wall. Han Yunshi helped him sit down and said in a low voice, "Sorry, you'll be able to recover in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Without a doubt, Han Yunshi pushed him just now, not to push him away, but to poison him. "Han Yunshi, you actually dare to poison this prince?" Long Feiyi's anger soared to the heavens. His voice was so cold that it penetrated people's hearts. Even though his body was weak, the murderous aura he emitted still made people tremble. Han Yunshi only pretended not to hear and avoided his murderous gaze. She turned and rushed into the room. Seeing this, the surrounding hidden guards were all stunned. They never thought that there would be someone in this world who could so easily injure the Duke of Qin. The leader of the hidden guards hurried forward and respectfully knelt by Long Feiyi's side. He asked in a low voice, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, this door, should it be closed again, or should it be left open? If it wasn't closed, the Tang clan seal array would be broken. If it was closed, Qin Wangfei would undoubtedly die inside." The hidden guard did not dare to ask, but Long Feiyi naturally understood what the hidden guard meant. He weakly leaned against the wall and glanced into the room from the corner of his eyes. He did not answer the hidden guard for a long time. The hidden guard lowered his head and bent his waist, trying to figure out if His Highness Duke of Qin did not hear him or if he did not want to answer. Or perhaps, he was considering whether to close the door or not. The hidden guard waited for a while, but Long Feiyi still ignored him. If this continued, the person inside would come out soon. Thus, the hidden guard gathered his courage and asked again, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, this door." Finally, Long Feiyi looked at the hidden guard. The hidden guard was overjoyed and waited for his answer. Who knew that Qin Wangfei would look at him with a cold gaze and still not answer? The hidden guard's scalp went numb from Qin Wangfei's gaze. When he heard the sounds of fighting coming closer and closer to the door, he had no choice but to stand up and close the door. No matter what, he had to close the door first. The fighting inside would not end so quickly, and the hidden weapons of the Tang clan's hidden guards would not come out so quickly. Unexpectedly, just as the hidden guard was about to close the door, Long Feiyi immediately shouted, "Scram!" The hidden guard was so frightened that his hands trembled. He hurriedly pushed the door open, looking extremely innocent. The door opened just like that. Long Feiyi sat paralyzed in the doorway, watching. The time it took to brew a cup of tea was almost up. Although the sounds of fighting were close by, there was still no sign of Han Yunshi or Gu Qishao. Even Gu Qishao couldn't come out, much less Jun Ishi's poison humans. The cold aura around Long Fei Ye's body grew thicker and thicker, and his cold eyes slowly narrowed. Han Yunshi, you damned woman! Are you coming out or not? You have the ability to barge in, but you don't have the ability to come out? Or perhaps you're using your own life to force your lordship to release Gu Qishao. Time trickled by. Finally, Long Fei looked towards the leader of the guards, who gave a start and didn't dare to move a muscle. However, just as Long Fei was about to speak, a red shadow flashed past. Gu flew out with Han Yunshi in his arms. Gu's shoulder had been hit by a dart and was bleeding profusely. Han Yunshi, on the other hand, was safe and sound. They had just landed on the ground when several black shadows flew out after them. They were Jun Ishi's poison men. The Tang clan's hidden guards immediately chased after them. The Tang clan's sealing array had been broken. Han Yunshi had almost immediately struggled free of Gu's grip and rushed to Long Fei Ye's side. Even the Tang clan's hidden guards were not as fast as her. She knew very well just how potent the poison she had used was. Even if there was just a little bit of time left before Long Fei would recover, at this moment, he still did not have the slightest bit of strength left in him. Right now, in such a chaotic situation, the completely weak Long Fei was in the most danger. Han Yunshi protected Long Fei with one hand, her other hand ready to release the pear blossom teardrop rain. Very quickly, the surrounding hidden guards had also surrounded Long Fei in a circle, while the other hidden guards continued to fight with the black-robed poison men. The entire scene was in a state of chaos. Gu pressed on the wound on his shoulder with one hand, his face as pale as a sheet. He stood outside the chaos and looked at Han Yunshi from afar, his lips holding a rare trace of helplessness. Just a moment ago, this woman had disregarded everything and rushed in to look for him. But at this moment, she had disregarded everything and rushed to another man's side to protect him. Han Yunshi, what should this young master do with you? At the same time, Long Fei was in the center of the circle of protection and was also outside the chaos. His cold gaze pierced through the chaotic killing directly towards Gu. Seeing this, Gu retracted the trace of helplessness from the corners of his mouth, and replacing it was still that frivolous yet devastatingly beautiful smile. He laughed loudly. Poison lass, you've already risked your life to save me, why aren't you leaving with me? You should consider it carefully. I'll look for you again 3 days later. After he finished speaking, he turned around and fled. Han Yunshi was already sick of hearing these words and treated it as Gu being frivolous and joking around. She didn't take it to heart as her attention was still on the surrounding danger. It was her who had caused Long Fei to be so weak. If by any chance something happened to Long Fei, she wouldn't be able to atone for her crime even if she died. Who knew that Long Fei would instead ask cold, Qin Wangfei, are you two intending to elope? Han Yunshi instantly quivered as she realized that she was Long Fei's official consort and Gu had just taken liberties with her in front of Long Fei. Chapter 244. Elope? How could that be possible? Gu, that damned bastard. So be it if he escaped, but he actually framed her like this. Han Yunshi, who had been extremely daring just a moment ago, wilted at this moment. She smiled and said, Your Highness misunderstands. Gu was just joking. Joking? Can you get physical with a joke? Long Fei questioned coldly. Get physical with a joke? Han Yunshi pondered for a long time, but she just couldn't figure out where Long Fei had come up with such a phrase. Your Highness, is there some misunderstanding? Joking? Can you feed him pastries if you're joking? Long Fei asked again. This time, Han Yunshi finally understood and exclaimed, You've been following us all this time. No wonder he came in such a timely manner and was so well prepared. It turned out that he had been hiding in the shadows all this time. He knew everything. Answer this prince's question. Long Fei's anger soared to the heavens. Even though there was killing all around him, he didn't take it to heart. Why are you following us? Han Yunshi didn't answer but asked instead. She was also angry. Han Yunshi, you actually dared to poison this prince for Gu. You're so capable. Long Fei Yi sneered. The trace of contempt in his eyes was especially irritating to Han Yunshi. She hurriedly explained, there's really nothing going on between me and Gu. I was just asking him for help. Before she could finish speaking, Long Fei Yi interrupted. Whether or not there's anything going on between you and him has nothing to do with this prince. For a moment, Han Yunshi was stunned and confused. If it had nothing to do with him, then why was he throwing a tantrum here? Han Yunshi suddenly quieted down and stared at Long Fei Yi. This guy, could it be that he's jealous? Han Yunshi looked and guessed. Suddenly, she wasn't so angry anymore. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Long Fei Yi, what do you mind? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi also spoke at the same time. Han Yunshi, since you're Qin Wang Fei now, I'll have to trouble you to behave properly. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. The two spoke at the same time. After speaking, they both fell into silence. The two of them did not speak again. Their eyes met, and they allowed the killing to rage around them. Hidden weapons flew around them, and they formed a quiet world of their own. But very soon, Han Yunshi broke the silence. She thought that she was overthinking things. Of course Long Fei minded. He'd always treated her as a woman under his name, but that was all. His domineering attitude, his mind, his kiss, his words, I won't exchange it for anything, were all because she was under his name. Just like the things under his name, she was his. He could do whatever he wanted and absolutely wouldn't allow anyone else to possess her. That was all. Your Highness, you've misunderstood. There's nothing between me and Gu. I just happened to run into him when I was in trouble, so I asked him for help. Your Highness should also know that without the antidote, the Crown Prince will die and it will be difficult for this concubine to survive. Han Yunshi explained frankly. In fact, she had ample reasons to look for Gu. Luo Zuishan needed Gu to deal with, didn't he? However, she wouldn't say it. This was related to Gu's secret. Although Gu had never asked her to keep anything secret, she knew that it would be tantamount to betraying him. Long Fei Yi didn't speak for a long time. Instead, it was Han Yunshi who said something shocking. If your Highness feels that this concubine is incompetent as a Wang Fei in name, you can divorce this concubine. She really couldn't bear to be called a woman who didn't abide by her virtue. Back then, the Empress Dowager had decreed their marriage, so he could divorce her. But if Long Fei Yi wanted to divorce her now, the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui would definitely approve of it. As she spoke, Han Yunshi felt a faint ache in her heart. Still, she looked calmly at Long Fei Yi without avoiding his gaze. She, Han Yunshi, would like someone very much, but she would never wrong herself, much less lose herself. Now that she'd said this, she waited for Long Fei Yi to give her a straightforward answer. Unexpectedly, the weak Long Fei Yi suddenly scooped Han Yunshi up and wrapped his arms tightly around her neck. He lowered his head and sealed her mouth with a fierce kiss. MMPH, Han Yunshi didn't expect this at all. Her first reaction was to struggle, but the more she struggled, the angrier Long Fei Yi became. He used more force and deepened the kiss. Just like at the Duke of Qin's estate, he'd done the same. But this time, it was even more sudden and fierce. Han Yunshi couldn't even bear it, much less struggle. This ruthless man was simply robbing her. In the end, she was almost out of breath before he finally released her. But he didn't release her completely, instead pressing his lips against hers and panting with her. Han Yunshi, since you walked into my door of your own accord, even if you die in this lifetime, you can only die at the Duke of Qin's estate. There's no need to say such laughable things as divorcing your wife in the future. This man was simply a devil when he spoke such heartless words with such a heart-stirring and coarse gasp. When he finished, he finally let go of Han Yunshi completely, allowing Han Yunshi to fall to the ground and collapse against the wall. Her entire body was in a daze. Her delicate lips were swollen and her face was pale. At this moment, the fighting in the surroundings had already stopped. The black-robed poison men had suffered heavy casualties and many of them had escaped. Tang Li stood far away as he looked at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi in shock. It was only when Long Fei Yi walked in front of him that he regained his senses and softly exclaimed, "You, just now you!" His eyes weren't playing tricks on him, right? This fellow had just kissed Han Yunxi in front of everyone. This cold and unfeeling fellow actually knew how to kiss a woman. And for such a long time. Could it be that he was really serious? Receiving a kiss from the Duke of Qin, what kind of feeling was that? Damn it. Tang Li realized that as a man, it wasn't appropriate for him to consider this question. "Where's Jun Yixie?" Long Fei Yi asked. He and Tang Li had brought the Tang clan sealing formation with them mainly to capture Jun Yixie. Of course, using it on Gu wasn't out of the plan either. Jun Yixie had been poisoned by Han Yunxi and the Pear Blossom Rain Needles, so Tang Li should be able to handle it. Tang Li finally regained his senses and hastily replied. He was saved by a white-robed woman. That woman's sword skills are very impressive. It's very similar to Tianshan Kenzo's style. Tianshan Kenzo was as famous as Shu Mountain's Tang clan. Long Fei Yi's sword skills had been trained by Tianshan Kenzo. Tang Li's words were clearly hinting at something, but Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He only instructed in a low voice, get ready, get ready. We'll enter the poison sect tonight. Strike first and gain the upper hand." "What?" Tang Li exclaimed. "Strike first and gain the upper hand?" So Long Fei Yi meant that they weren't going to scout tonight, but to steal the poison beast? What's wrong with this guy? Did he need to be in such a rush? The Mu clan hadn't delivered the medicine yet, so the poison beast was still unconscious. It was very dangerous to go in rashly. Long Fei Yi didn't even look back as he walked away. Han Yunxi watched him silently from behind, expressionless. Tang Li hesitated for a moment before walking over to Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi gently wiped away the lingering trace of ambiguity at the corner of her mouth and straightened her clothes as if nothing had happened. However, the heaviness in her eyes betrayed her. Cough cough. Jun Yixie was saved by a white-robed woman again. What a pity. Tang Li was purely trying to find something to talk about. Unexpectedly, Han Yunxi said mildly, "Don't worry, no one but me will be able to cure the poison in his arm this time. He'll come again." The first few times had been too rushed. This time, Han Yunxi had enough time to poison Jun Yixie with the help of the poison pond's water. Naturally, she'd leave a way out. Tang Li was surprised. "You're not stupid after all." Han Yunxi rolled her eyes at him but didn't say anything. She seemed to be full of thoughts and tired as she silently turned to leave. Tang Li was conflicted. Should he tell Han Yunxi about the poison beast or not? Although this woman's martial arts weren't good, her poison skills were top-notch. If Long Fei Yi really wanted to go on an adventure and bring this woman along, it would be like having an extra protective talisman. But why didn't Long Fei Yi tell her just now? Could it be that he didn't plan on letting her go? Tang Li found that he couldn't see through these two people anymore. He was conflicted for a while, but still didn't dare to tell Han Yunxi. He only silently watched Han Yunxi leave. After Han Yunxi walked far away, the hidden guard commander came forward and respectfully reported, "Young master, Qin Wangfei used a hidden weapon to kill 2 of our hidden guards. That hidden weapon wasn't from our Tang sect, but it was very powerful." Upon hearing this, Tang Li wanted to bang his head against the wall. After a while, he calmed down and said in a low voice, "Don't spread this news, especially to my father, understand?" The hidden guard didn't understand, but he immediately nodded his head. Han Yunxi walked aimlessly on the street and finally returned to the medical school. Luo Zuishan had been waiting in her courtyard for half a day. "Where's Gu?" Han Yunxi was very downcast, her voice muffled. Luo Zuishan had clearly been warned by Gu. When facing Han Yunxi, he didn't have his previous cunning and treacherous attitude. "He told you to wait." He said that he would definitely come and take you away before midnight tomorrow. Luo Zuishan felt awkward saying those words himself, but they were Gu Qishao's exact words. When would that guy be a little more serious? She felt very powerless. When she thought about how long Tianma was incurable, she felt even more powerless. She didn't take these words to heart and just casually nodded. Seeing Han Yunxi nod, Luo Zuishan didn't take it seriously. Gu's words were a big joke in his eyes. He didn't know that Han Yunxi hadn't cured Long Tianma's poison yet. What he needed to do now was to follow Gu's instructions and tell Han Yunxi about Shi Yuba planting Gu in Long Tianma. In any case, the public consultation had already been cancelled. The three elders wouldn't allow news of the Gu to spread, so they'd only punish Shi Yuba severely. Qin Wangfei, guess what happened to Tianning's crown prince's old illness? Luo Zuishan smiled mysteriously. But Han Yunxi had already lost interest in this topic. Right now, she was more concerned about Long Tianma's life and death. Tomorrow night was the deadline for the agreed-upon time. There was no hope of curing Long Tianma's poison by then. Based on the detox system's calculations from yesterday, Long Tianma only had 10 days left without an antidote. No matter how hard she tried to delay the bone poison's outbreak, Long Tianma would still die in 8 days. Leaving the mysterious Luo Zuishan to dry on one side, Han Yunxi suddenly rose to leave. She had to find Gu Beiwei, who shared her fate. Chapter 245. In the dead of night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. All of Medical City seemed to be draped in a veil of moonlight as everything fell into a deep sleep. Medical City was shaped like the 8 trigrams. The Medical Academy was at the center of Medical City, backed by the tallest mountain in Medical City, called Lotus Mountain. This mountain had 5 peaks that looked like a lotus flower about to bloom. Each peak was abnormally steep, with only one path leading up and down. It was carved into the cliff like a staircase to the heavens, and the stone steps were extremely narrow. Only one person could pass at a time. In the era when the medical sect and poison sect coexisted, the Medical Academy belonged to the medical sect before and the poison sect behind. This Lotus Mountain belonged to the poison sect. Now the entire Medical Academy belonged to the medical sect. Lotus Mountain was the only place that no one dared to enter. It was sealed off as a forbidden area for the Medical Academy, and the older generation privately called it the poison sect's forbidden area. Legend had it that Lotus Mountain was filled with poisonous gas all year round. Birds, beasts, and even plants were all exterminated. It was a dead mountain. Legend had it that Lotus Mountain was filled with the vengeful spirits of the poison sect. Every night, cries would rise and fall. Legend had it that the poison sect had left behind a storehouse of poisonous plants in Lotus Mountain. Over the years, the plants had grown wildly, filling the entire mountain range with poison. Legends were both true and false, but Long Feiyi was certain that the poison beast Gu Shu was trapped in the sky pit in the middle of the 5 peaks. Entering the sky pit at night, and the poison sect's sky pit at that, was the craziest thing to do. Tang Li tried to persuade him the entire way, but Long Feiyi remained unmoved. By now, the two of them had already avoided the Medical Academy's heavy defenses and were standing at the edge of the sky pit in the middle of the 5 peaks. They'd only explored up to the edge of the sky pit, but tonight, Long Feiyi wasn't just going to enter the sky pit, he was also going to take the poison beast away. At this point, Tang Li finally turned serious. Long Feiyi, does it have to be tonight? Their original plan was to wait a few days and follow the Medical Academy's people inside. They'd wait until the poison beast was drugged and unconscious before making their move. Long Feiyi nodded. He took out a pair of silver gloves from his sleeve and tossed one to Tang Li. Tang Li caught it and looked at it. He was dumbfounded. "You're serious?" The silver silk gloves were a treasure that was immune to poison. As long as one wore the gloves, they would be fine even if they came into contact with any poison. Tang Li grew up with Long Feiyi, but he had only seen this pair of gloves once. Long Fei Ye's birth mother had left him two things. One was the silver thread glove, and the other was the perplexing butterfly illusion kept by Han Yunxi. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Long Fei Yi would never take out the gloves so easily. Long Fei Yi calmly said, "According to Duke Wang's understanding, the terrain below is very complicated. It's like a maze with hundreds of hidden traps. Don't be careless." Tang Li shook his head. "Long Fei Yi, it's not too late to find Han Yunxi now. You're wasting God's gift by not using a woman like that." Long Fei Yi didn't answer. He put on the silver thread glove and said indifferently, "She doesn't know martial arts. She's a burden." Tang Li glanced at the heaven pit and sighed helplessly. "It's quite dangerous to come here without knowing martial arts. Let's go." Long Fei Yi didn't continue the topic. He jumped down, and his black figure quickly disappeared into the night like a ghost. Tang Li immediately gathered his thoughts and followed. Although his body was whiter than snow, it was quickly swallowed up by the darkness of the heaven pit. Not long after Long Fei Yi and Tang Li entered the heaven pit, two figures flew out from the surrounding forest, accompanied by crisp laughter. The newcomers were a man and a woman. They were none other than Gu and Mu Linger, the genius pharmacist of Medicine City's Mu clan. It was impossible to see the injury on Gu's shoulder. His red robes were as luxurious as ever, and he was as enchanting as a spider lily blooming in the night. Mu Linger's smile was especially mischievous. Her iconic pair of large eyes seemed to gather the spirit of water from all over the world, making her unforgettable. This time, Medicine City and Medical City had joined forces to seal the poison beast. The medicine provided by the Mu clan was the main force, and the Wang and Xie clans were the support. Mu Linger was not only responsible for delivering the medicine to the head of the medical academy, but also assisting the doctors in administering the medicine to the poison beast. This was the first family-level mission she had accepted. At this time, she was supposed to deliver the medicine to the head of the medical academy, but instead, she snuck out to see her sweetheart, Gu. As headstrong as she had long grown tired of the restraints of her clan. The position of head of the clan was not a temptation to her, but rather a burden. Being able to be together with Chi brother was the happiest thing in her life. "Chi brother, why are you stealing the poison beast?" Even now, Mu Linger still couldn't figure out Gu Qishao's motives. Many people in the world were coveting this poison beast, but none of them knew that it wasn't easy to control it. If they made a mistake, they'd be devoured by it and die a horrible death. Gu stared at the frighteningly dark heaven pit and didn't answer for a long time. "Chi brother, I'm asking you a question." Mu Linger pushed him. Gu came back to his senses and smiled. "I'll kill it and make a stew. You can have a sip." "Just a sip? Stingy." Mu Linger pouted. Her delicate appearance was cute and charming. Unfortunately, Gu was absent-minded. He took out a map from his sleeve and carefully studied it under the moonlight. Mu Linger blinked her big eyes, smiled slyly, and asked jokingly, "I heard that your sweetheart is also in the medical city. How much do you plan to give her?" Last time at the inn, Chi brother looked at Han Yunxi differently. He also said that he had someone in his heart. Mu Linger was still brooding about it. She really hoped that Chi brother was joking. She thought that Chi brother wouldn't answer her boring question, but Gu immediately looked back and smiled like a devil. "Give her as much as she wants." As soon as these words came out, Mu Linger's good mood instantly became gloomy. Her unhappiness was written all over her face. Unfortunately, Gu didn't pay much attention to it. He was thinking about the map and muttering something to himself. Mu Linger sulked for a long time and stamped her feet several times. Seeing that Gu still ignored her, she was about to cry. However, even so, she didn't throw a tantrum and took the initiative to approach him. Anyway, even if she threw a tantrum, Chi brother never coaxed her. She would feel embarrassed if she didn't have a way out. Seeing the map in Gu's hand, Mu Linger was shocked. "How did you get this?" "I stole it," Gu admitted frankly. According to Mu Linger's knowledge, there were hundreds of poisonous traps in the sinkhole. These traps were not set by the medical school, but were originally there. If someone accidentally touched them, they wouldn't even know how they died. However, the dean of the medical school had a map of the sinkhole. According to the map, they could smoothly reach the secret room at the bottom. Are you serious? How did you steal it? Mu Linger leaned closer. However, she had never seen the map before and couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. Is there anything in the world that Chi brother can't do? Gu asked cheerfully. No. Mu Linger also smiled. In fact, she didn't know much about Chi brother. However, in her opinion, there wasn't so much to know about a person. It was fine as long as they were happy together. Gu seemed to be in a good mood. He stretched out his hand and put it around Mu Linger's shoulder. Let's go. I'll give you a mouthful of soup when we catch the poisonous beast. Judging from Gu Chishao's expression, they looked like brother and sister with their arms around each other's shoulders. Mu Linger felt as sweet as if she'd eaten honey. She thought, if Chi Gij was willing to take me to wander the Jianghu freely and unfettered, even if I had to abandon the Mu clan and change my name, I'd be willing. Soon Gu and Mu Linger's figures also disappeared into the darkness of the sinkhole. The seemingly peaceful sinkhole had already been filled with crises. At this time, the medical school was also in a state of chaos. Han Yunxi looked for Gu Beiwe for the whole afternoon but couldn't find him. Someone said that they saw him go out, but no one knew where he went. In the evening, Han Yunxi looked for him again, but still couldn't find him. When she returned to her room, she saw Luo Zuishan pacing back and forth at the door, as if there was something urgent. Director Luo, what's the matter? Han Yunxi asked suspiciously. When Luo Zuishan saw Han Yunxi, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Qin Wangfei, you're finally back. Something bad has happened. What happened to Gu Beiwe? Han Yunxi was frightened. She had asked Luo Zuishan this question during the day. Something happened to Chi'er, something big happened. Luo Zuishan was so anxious that his face was deathly pale. Chi'er? Gu? Han Yunxi was even more puzzled. Alas. You? Luo Zuishan was anxious, but he didn't know what to say. The dean's map of the sinkhole had been lost, and the medical school's higher-ups were holding an emergency meeting. Although the news hadn't spread, Luo Zuishan was still able to find out with his connections. Others didn't know how the map had been lost, but Luo Zuishan didn't need to think with his toes to know that Gu had stolen it. He was 100% sure that Gu was in the sinkhole right now. If Gu wasn't in Medical City, then someone else could have stolen it. But as long as he was in Medical City, it had to be him. There was no mistaking it. He knew that the brat wouldn't come back for anything good, but he didn't expect him to come for the poison beast. Seeing Luo Zuishan's incoherent speech, Han Yunxi grew anxious. What happened? Gu stole the dean's map and went to the poison sect's sinkhole to steal the poison beast. Luo Zuishan could only speak frankly. Before he met Han Yunxi, no one in the world could persuade Gu. He thought that the only person who could stop him now was Han Yunxi. He had to stop Gu before he got the poison beast out. That brat was filled with hatred for Medical City. It was fine if he didn't come back, but once he did, who knew what earth-shattering things he would do? Besides, even if he had the map, it was still very dangerous to steal the poison beast. Without the three great clans of Medicine City working together, even the dean and the others would have a hard time subduing the poison beast. That brat was practically throwing his life away. Sinkhole, poison beast? Han Yunxi was clueless about this. But after Luo Zuishan's concise explanation, Han Yunxi instantly understood what Gu's joke meant. He told her to wait for him until tomorrow night. Tomorrow night was the deadline for her bet with Third Elder. He knew that she hadn't cured Long Tianma's bone poison, so he went to steal the poison beast. Its blood could cure 100 poisons. That damned guy, why didn't he bring me along? Although Han Yunxi cursed him, her heart felt warm. How could she not know how well Gu Qishao treated her? How could she not remember it in her heart? Let's go, take me to the sinkhole. Han Yunshi made a prompt decision. Hurry, hurry, we might be able to stop him. Luo Zuishan clung to his last hope. He hoped that Gu wouldn't have entered the sinkhole by the time they arrived. If Gu went down, then everything would be over. Sneaking into the poison sect's forbidden grounds was already a last resort. As for the sinkhole, he didn't dare, nor did he have the ability. Let's go. Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with determination. The poison beast's blood was Long Tianma's only hope, as well as her and Gu Beiyue's last hope. She was determined to get it. Chapter 246. Thanks to his good relationship with Gu, Luo Zuishan was quite familiar with the poison sect's forbidden grounds. He led Han Yunshi along a small path as they hurried towards the sky pit. They ran into a few guards along the way, but fortunately they made it through safely. By the time they reached the sky pit, it was almost dawn. In the meager light of dawn, the sky pit looked like a giant volcanic crater. It was filled with lush green vines. It didn't look like much from a distance, but Han Yunshi couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when she poked her head over the edge. The sky pit was so deep that she couldn't see the bottom. Even light couldn't penetrate it. After looking at it for a long time, one would think that it was a black hole that could suck everything in. Han Yunshi's attention was on the sky pit, but Luo Zuishan couldn't find Gu anywhere. He sent out a few strange signals, but there was no response. It's already this time, he should have gone down, Han Yunshi said mildly. Luo Zuishan panicked and hurried forward to send signals into the sky pit. Unfortunately, there wasn't even an echo, much less a response. Luo Zuishan was anxious, but he was still rational. He looked around and said without hesitation, "Let's go, quickly." Since they couldn't stop Gu in time, they could only take things one step at a time. Now that they'd lost the map, the Medical Academy's higher-ups would definitely tighten their defenses after the meeting. There hadn't been so many guards on the small path before, but there were clearly more now. Who knew what other precautions the Medical Academy's higher-ups would take after the meeting? The entire sky pit might be surrounded. If they didn't leave now and were caught red-handed, they wouldn't be able to clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Leave? Han Yunshi didn't want to leave, but the situation here was much worse than she'd imagined. There was no way down from such a big sky pit. If they wanted to go down, they'd have to leap through the air. For someone who didn't know martial arts, this situation was very dangerous. Han Yunshi really hated this body. She couldn't cultivate internal energy, so she couldn't even learn Qinggong. What a piece of trash. Qin Wangfei, don't look anymore. Let's hurry up and think of another way. Luo Zuishan urged. Han Yunshi was reluctant to leave, but she had to go. It was impossible for her to go down with her own strength. This damned Gu, why didn't he bring her along when there was such a wonderful thing? Let's go. Of course, Han Yunshi was also very decisive. She decided to ask Tang Li for help. As for that domineering and unreasonable guy, she did not even want to see him for the time being. Han Yunshi and Luo Zuishan were just about to leave when a white figure suddenly appeared in front of them out of thin air. The two of them were startled, but when they focused, they realized it was a masked man. His entire body was covered in only one color: snow-white robes, a white mask, and a white jade hairpin that held up his hair. Other than that, there were no other decorations. The first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon and shone from behind the white-robed man, coating him in a faint layer of gold. In that moment, Han Yunshi seemed to see an archangel descending from the heavens. But she quickly recovered her senses and marveled at the white-robed man's speed. It felt like he'd appeared out of thin air. Their surroundings were so empty, but she really hadn't seen where he'd come from. White and black masks were the same. They came with ill intentions, but Han Yunshi couldn't sense any malice from this man. It wasn't until Luo Zuishan spoke that she recovered her senses. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on my poisoned sex forbidden grounds? Luo Zuishan rebuked him like a master. The white-robed man's eyes were like a 1,000-year lake, quiet and reserved. He ignored Luo Zuishan, but bowed to Han Yunshi. Miss Yunshi, I've offended you. Miss Yunshi? Han Yunshi almost didn't realize he was addressing her. She'd been married as soon as she transmigrated, so she'd long had nothing to do with the word miss. Gu often called her lass, which made her feel awkward. Now here came someone who called her miss. Since this white-robed man knew her name, he had to have some understanding of her. Why did he call her that? But Han Yunshi had no time to consider this question, because the white-robed man had appeared behind Han Yunshi as soon as he finished speaking. He grabbed her by the shoulders. 1 second, he was clearly in front of her, but the next, he was behind her. How powerful did his lightness skills have to be to achieve this kind of speed? What do you want to do? Han Yunshi didn't even have time to use her poison needles before the man's feet tapped the ground. In a flash, he'd retreated with Han Yunshi to the air above the sky pit. This was great. Han Yunshi was about to make her move, but had no choice but to withdraw the needle she'd hidden on her finger. Right now, the two of them were high above the sky pit. If anything happened to this white-robed man and he accidentally let go, she'd definitely fall to her death. Since she couldn't break free, Han Yunshi was too lazy to waste any more energy. She calmly asked, "Are you going to take me down there?" Since this man knew her and had kidnapped her here, he had to have a favor to ask of her. He was aiming for her poison skills. I'll have to trouble Miss Yunshi to open a path for this one. If I've offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. The white-robed man was still very polite. How can I forgive you? You'll give me half of the poison beast you catch? Han Yunshi smiled. But the white-robed man didn't even think, but simply replied, "All right. Then how can I trust you?" Han Yunshi asked again. This time, the white-robed man's answer exceeded Han Yunshi's expectations. He smiled as well. "Even if Miss Yunshi doesn't believe me, you have to believe me." So speaking, he tightened his grip on Han Yunshi's shoulder and moved as fast as lightning. His figure flashed by like a shadow as he disappeared into the darkness of the sky pit. "Qin Wangfei!" Luo Zuishan cried out anxiously. He wanted to take another look, but he couldn't. It was over. If Gu found out that he'd brought Han Yunshi here to be kidnapped, Gu would probably beat his old bones to death. Luo Zuishan was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Without a choice, he could only return to the medical academy first. As Luo Zuishan predicted, it wasn't long before the entire sky pit was surrounded by guards, both to prevent trespassers and those who'd already entered from leaving. The people who'd entered the sky pit were already scattered throughout the maze-like underground caverns filled with hundreds of poison traps. Right now, they had no time to worry about the situation above the sky pit. Han Yunshi was brought all the way to the caverns by the white-robed man. As soon as they touched down, Han Yunshi viciously stomped at the man's foot. She felt that her speed was already very fast, but who knew that the white-robed man was even faster than her? He actually dodged her foot. Hee. Han Yunshi turned to look with a fake smile. The white-robed man looked at her, but didn't get angry. "Miss Yunshi, let's go." Han Yunshi nodded. She pretended to be careless as she reached out to brush back her scattered hair. It was this movement that sent a poison needle flying towards the white-robed man's face. But the white-robed man actually caught the needle with his hand. Although they were very close, his movements were so fast that Han Yunshi didn't even see the process, only the result. Despite being ambushed a second time, the white-robed man didn't get angry. He even gave the needle back to Han Yunshi. "Back to you." Han Yunshi curled her lips. She didn't even spare it a glance. This was simply an insult to her assassination weapon. Just how much did this white-robed man understand about her? Why did he seem to know her every move so well? Just who was he? And why did he call her Miss Yunshi? "Miss Yunshi, let's go this way." There were 3 paths in front of them that led into the unknown darkness. The white-robed man chose the rightmost path, and took out a night pearl to illuminate the way. Didn't they say they'd let her lead the way? He'd chosen his own path. Why are we taking this path? Han Yunshi asked seriously. She'd long activated the detox system and hadn't detected any traces of poison. Perhaps there were no poison traps at the entrance, or perhaps there were poisons here that the detox system couldn't resolve. She cherished her life, so she was very cautious. Intuition, the white-robed man smiled warmly. Let's go, we won't be wrong. Han Yunshi assumed that he'd push her to the front to be in danger, but he actually walked in front and shielded her behind him. Wasn't this the best chance to launch a sneak attack? Han Yunshi had already taken out her poison needles, but hesitated before putting them away. Forget it, let's see what this fellow wants to do first. She was certain that he hadn't brought her down here simply to lead the way. They hadn't walked far into the rightmost cave when Han Yunshi's detox system gave off its first warning. There was snake venom 300 meters ahead of them. Judging from the nature of the snake venom, it was a living poison. In other words, there were poisonous snakes 300 meters ahead of them, and there were quite a few of them. Han Yunshi was about to warn the white-robed man when he suddenly stopped and groped around on the wall. It wasn't clear what secret button he'd touched, but a stone door suddenly opened up in the wall beside them. Behind the door was another pitch-black path with no end in sight. "Hey, you know the way!" Han Yunshi exclaimed, her tone filled with anger. The white-robed man was as gentle as ever. Even through the veil, she could feel his faint smile as he said, "Miss Yunshi, you can choose to walk on your own or follow me. Just why did you bring me down here?" "You're lying to me," Han Yunshi demanded. "Didn't he say he wanted her to lead the way? Wasn't he aiming for her poison skills?" "Come with me, you'll understand," the white-robed man said again. "You!" Han Yunshi fumed. This fellow was simply playing word games with her. He was certain she wouldn't leave, but still gave her a choice. The white-robed man walked through the stone door first, then walked further and further away without looking back. He really didn't wait for Han Yunshi. What exactly did this guy want from her? Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes. She hesitated before quickly chasing after him. "Fine, I'll go with him. Who's afraid of who?" The white-robed man glanced back at her without any wariness. Chapter 247. Han Yunshi followed behind the white-robed man. Along the way, her detox system detected quite a few poisons, but the white-robed man avoided them in advance, turning here and there as he opened countless hidden doors. She was certain that this white-robed man knew the way. Who the hell is this guy? Was he someone from the medical academy? Or was he a remnant of the poison sect? There were rumors that there were still remnants of the poison sect in Medical City. What was his motive for bringing her down to the sky pit? Han Yunshi's side was going smoothly, but Gu's side wasn't going so well at all since he had the map. They had been careless because they thought they had the map. If not for Gu's superb poison skills and Mu Ling-er's many drugs that could subdue the poisonous insects, they would have lost their lives long ago. They had just escaped from the densely packed cave of king cobras. Gu's right arm had been bitten to the point that it was covered in cuts and bruises. His originally bright red robes were soaked in blood, looking gory and terrifying. Mu Ling-er wasn't much better off. Her back had been bitten several times, and her entire back was soaked in blood. It was impossible to tell the original color of her robes. Her martial arts were too weak, so she couldn't protect herself. Even if Gu did his best to protect her, he was powerless against such a terrifying poison trap. After all, the hundreds of poison traps here had been set up by the poison sect. All the poisons in the world originated from the poison sect, so it was obvious how dangerous they were. The snake cave had been densely packed with king cobras. There were so many of them that even Gu and Mu Ling-er didn't have enough time to deal with them all, even with their drugs. There wasn't even a place to stand or a handrail in the snake cave. Not only did they have to avoid the king cobra's attacks, they also had to find a way out of the snake-filled walls. For a moment, Mu Ling-er had almost given up. She thought that if she wasn't with seventh brother, she would definitely give up. The only fortunate thing was that the king cobra in the snake cave was a very common species, and Mu Linger had enough antidotes to detoxify it. By now, they'd already taken the antidote. Gu Qishao was as tired as a corpse and had no energy left in him as he lay on the ground. Mu Linger was exhausted as well and wished she could just fall asleep and never wake up. After some time, Mu Linger finally spoke. "Qi brother, where did you get the map in your hand? Were you cheated?" If this map was real, they should have already successfully passed through the cave maze and avoided the hundreds of poison traps. They should have seen the poisonous beast by now. However, they were trapped in the snake cave for half a day. Gu suddenly opened his eyes. His long and narrow eyes flashed with hostility. It was as if he had changed into a different person. He did not speak for a long time. Mu Linger panicked and hurriedly crawled over. "Qi brother, what's wrong with you?" Gu took out the map and threw it away without even looking at it. There was no doubt that this map was fake. As for whether the real map had been stolen by someone else in advance, or if the director himself had made a fake map to lure the enemy, this was not known. In short, Gu was in a bad mood. Mu Linger looked at the map and frowned. What should we do now? How terrifying would it be to enter the crater without a map? Gu stood up, completely ignoring the bruises on his back. He helped Mu Linger up. "There's not much time left. Let's continue forward." "There's not much time left?" Mu Linger didn't understand. She didn't know if Gu heard her question, but he didn't answer. Instead, he held Mu Linger's hand and continued forward. "Qi brother, are you in a hurry?" Mu Linger asked again. Unfortunately, Gu still didn't answer. Mu Linger pouted and hesitated, but didn't ask again. Gu had the map in hand before, so his footsteps were light and light. He was so relaxed that he even whistled. But now, he had put away all his frivolous and unrestrained attitude. As he walked forward, he paid close attention to his surroundings to avoid falling into a second trap. The Poison Sect's 100 poison traps were indeed formidable, but he still believed in his own abilities. Just as Gu and Mu Linger were about to leave the King Cobra cave, they heard footsteps nearby. Although the footsteps were light, they couldn't escape Gu's ears. "Someone's here." Gu Qishao lowered his voice and narrowed his eyes. Mu Linger grew alarmed and asked hastily, "Why would someone come so early?" In the past, anyone who wanted to take the poison beast would follow Medical City's people here and make their move after the beast fell unconscious. What's going on this year? Hearing the footsteps approaching, Gu and Mu Linger quickly hid in a small cave on the side. But soon enough, Gu heard a familiar voice. His narrowed eyes immediately shone with a sinister light. "Long Fei," his low voice was filled with self-satisfaction. He never expected Long Fei Yi to come as well. This was great, his chance for revenge had come. "Duke of Qin." Mu Linger was surprised. Her first thought was whether Han Yunxi had come as well. Seeing Long Fei Yi and Tang Li drawing closer, Gu lowered his voice even further. "Linger, do you have any heat powder? What are you planning to do?" Mu Linger was alarmed. Heat powder wasn't anything good. It was the equivalent of a stimulant. No matter if it was a human or an animal, they'd be instantly stimulated and have twice their usual energy. But once the effects wore off, the body would fall into a deep sleep for several days. "Do you have it?" Gu grew impatient. Mu Linger quickly took it out. It was an entire bottle, but as soon as Gu accepted it, he silently scattered the powder into the cracks by his feet. After all, the King Cobra's den was right below this crack. They'd just stepped on a mechanism in front of them and fallen into the snake den. The cracks around them were left behind by the opening of the snake den. Heaven knows how ferocious Gu Qishao's usage of the medicine was. As soon as the heat powder entered the den, the densely packed vipers all stood up on their feet, gasping for breath as they flicked out their scarlet tongues. They were filled with endless attack power. Fortunately, it was dark here. Otherwise, even people like Mu Linger and Gu, who didn't have trypophobia, would get goosebumps when they saw the scene below them. It was too terrifying. It was simply a world occupied by snakes. At this moment, Long Feiyi had already stopped. The king cobra's movements were so big that if he couldn't detect it, Long Feiyi wouldn't be Long Feiyi. "There's a mechanism," Tang Li said in a low voice. "Snake?" Long Feiyi rubbed the silver wire glove on his right hand, looking cautious. Along the way, he and Tang Li had encountered more than 10 hidden weapons and mechanisms, but they were not injured. This was all thanks to Long Feiyi's caution and the silver wire glove that Long Feiyi's biological mother had left behind. The two of them stopped at the same time, quietly listening to the movement in front of them. At the same time, Gu, who was hiding not far away, sneered sinisterly. He suddenly shouted, "Poison girl, be careful!" As soon as he said that, Long Feiyi flew forward like lightning. Tang Li followed closely behind and shouted angrily, "Han Yunxi, where are you?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Long Fei reached the top of the den, Gu Qishao suddenly kicked out with his foot and pressed down on Long Fei's stomach, forcing him to sink deeper into the ground. Tang Li was about to help, but Long Feiyi said coldly, "You're looking for Han Yunxi." So speaking, he unsheathed the blood-red whip hidden at his waist and lashed it at Gu Qishao. Instantly, it wrapped around Gu Qishao's waist and didn't give him time to struggle. Even though he was sinking, he still pulled Gu Qishao down. In the darkness, Gu Qishao's smile was bewitching. He didn't struggle, but pressed himself against Long Fei even harder. Just like that, the two of them bumped into a trap and fell into the king cobra's den. As soon as they fell, the entire entrance was suddenly occupied by the king cobras. From afar, it looked like a pot of boiling snake. Mu Ling who was stunned at the side, came to her senses and burst into tears. "Chi brother, those snakes have eaten the heat powder. Our medicine can't subdue them." Just now, they used medicine to deal with the king cobras in the snake cave. But now, these snakes had eaten the heat powder. Not only could the medicine not kill them, but it couldn't even make them unconscious. This cave full of poisonous snakes would probably go crazy. One could imagine how dangerous it was for the people who fell down. As soon as he saw Mu Ling Tang Li was stunned at first, then he came to his senses. "Why are you here?" Mu Ling didn't know who Tang Li was. Tang Li, on the other hand, had been paying attention to Mu Ling the genius pharmacist, for a long time. This time, he was looking forward to seeing her concoct medicine to subdue the poisonous beast. Mu Ling couldn't care less about Tang Li. She rushed out and jumped into the snake cave. Tang Li didn't know how dangerous the snake cave was, and he didn't know what the heat powder Mu Ling mentioned was. He couldn't find Han Yunxi around, so he hurriedly chased after her. In the snake cave, the entangled poisonous snakes had already gone crazy. Like man-eating ants, they swallowed all the people who fell down at lightning speed. Suddenly, a sword light flashed, brightening the entire dark snake cave. In a corner of the snake cave, a large group of poisonous snakes was split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Long Feiyi broke free from this large group of poisonous snakes. Just as he was about to escape, Gu suddenly pressed a hand on his shoulder and stopped him. "Where's Han Yunxi?" Long Feiyi asked coldly. This guy still cared about that woman at a time like this? A complicated look flashed past Gu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a ruthless ice. He said coldly, "Right here. Long Feiyi, this young master doesn't care about integrity anymore. It's time for us to settle old scores. Kill without mercy, this young master knows how to do it too." Long Feiyi, who was always suspicious, didn't doubt Gu's words. He suddenly shook. Not only did he shake off the poisonous snakes that pounced on him, he also shook off Gu at the same time. "Han Yunxi, where are you?" His voice was terrifyingly cold, but it revealed a rare anxiety. Gu was shaken far away. The poisonous snakes quickly pounced on him, but he ignored them. Instead, He grabbed a large group of poisonous snakes and threw them at Long Fei Yi. Chapter 248. Han Yunxi was here, but where was she? Why wasn't there any sound? If the person in front of him wasn't Gu, but someone else, Long Fei Yi might have been suspicious. Although there were many king cobras around, they were a very common species. This kind of poisonous snake shouldn't be a problem for Han Yunxi. She shouldn't be in danger. However, the person in front of him was Gu. This made Long Fei Yi anxious without thinking too much. Han Yunxi and Gu went to the crater to find the poisonous beast's blood. This was completely possible. Long Fei Yi's back shook. His internal energy burst out and fiercely shook off Gu's hand that was pressing on his shoulder. He was so irritable that he didn't even notice it. "Where is she?" Unexpectedly, Gu laughed. "She's still in the medical school." "Gu, you dare to deceive this prince," Long Fei Yi said angrily. The number of times he was deceived in his life could be counted on one hand. This was considered the first time. "It's this young master's honor." Gu was in a very good mood. "Long Fei Yi, quickly leave. These snakes have been drugged." Tang Li immediately shouted when he heard that Han Yunxi wasn't here. He fell to the side, a little away from Long Fei Yi and Gu. Facing the densely packed poisonous snakes, he couldn't use any of the hidden weapons he had secretly hidden. Fortunately, he had the silver thread gloves that Long Fei Yi gave him. He could still deal with these poisonous snakes with his bare hand. However, there were too many poisonous snakes, and they were too fierce. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Han Yunxi wasn't here. Of course, they had to leave immediately. Gu had only seen Tang Li once. He didn't know who he was. He only thought that he was Long Fei Yi's personal bodyguard. He completely ignored Tang Li's existence. "Long Fei Yi, I'll let you have a taste of death." As Gu spoke, he suddenly ignored the poisonous snakes around him and allowed them to bite him. He used his hands to scatter 2 handfuls of white powder on Long Fei Yi's body. It wasn't that Long Fei Yi couldn't dodge it, but he didn't expect Gu to cut off all means of retreat. He didn't care about being bitten by the venomous snake and used both hands. How much hatred did this guy have for him? Was it worth taking such a big risk? Although the king cobra's venom would not take effect so quickly, once the venom exceeded a certain range, it would be too late even if there was an antidote. Of course, Long Fei Yi didn't have the energy to think so much at this moment. Although he immediately dodged, he was still stained with quite a bit of the white powder. God knows what this white powder was. Once he was stained with it, his body emitted a strange fragrance that he could not get rid of. Long Fei Yi's only weakness was the venom. In this environment, he couldn't gain the upper hand at all. As soon as the scent wafted through the air, the irascible king cobras swarmed towards Long Fei like a swarm of bees. They even ignored Gu Qishao and Tang Li, who were also in the den. Long Fei Yi's reaction was also fast. He immediately jumped into the air to ensure the safety of his feet. At the same time, he waved his sword in a circle. The sword light immediately repelled a circle of venomous snakes around him. But soon, the venomous snakes behind him pounced. Above his head, the venomous snakes hung down. Under his feet, there were layers of venomous snake. The top layer of venomous snakes stood upright. Around him, there were countless of them. They were densely packed together and formed a cylindrical shape, surrounding Long Fei Yi. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be attacked by thousands of venomous snakes in a dark and damp underground cave. There were snakes in all directions. With blood-red tongues and white fangs, Long Fei Yi had no way to retreat. Long Fei Yi couldn't stop. He could only continuously wave his sword light to repel the venomous snakes that were close to him. The venomous snakes that were in a frenzy didn't know fear. In other words, no matter how Long Fei Yi dealt with these venomous snakes, unless all the venomous snakes were destroyed, the attacks would always be there. However, one had to admit that Long Fei Yi's swordsmanship was very powerful. His sword qi was like a rainbow. One sword move had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Although he couldn't get away, the venomous snakes couldn't get close to him. Circle after circle of sword light, the venomous snakes were repelled and blood splattered. On the side, Gu leaned against the wall and watched with great interest. He caught a live venomous snake and skinned it. His hands were dripping with blood. After skinning the snake alive, he reached into the venomous snake's mouth and elegantly pulled out 2 of its fangs. When the fangs fell, the venom hidden in the roots of the fangs flowed out. Gu smeared the venom on the snake's body. Then, he took out a bottle of medicine and sprinkled it all over the snake's body. After a while, the originally bloody venomous snake turned black and dripped with unknown black venom. All the venomous snakes surrounded Long Fei Yi. Without any obstruction, Tang Li and Mu Ling could see Gu clearly from the side. Mu Ling hurried forward. "Qi brother, here's the antidote. Hurry up and take it." Gu ignored her and continued to play with the venomous snake in his hand. Mu Ling was anxious. "Qi brother, hurry up and take the medicine." "You will, Shu." Gu put his blood-stained finger to his mouth. This action, coupled with his peerlessly beautiful face, had an indescribable evil beauty. Mu Ling was anxious, but she didn't dare to persuade him again. However, Tang Li was stunned. Not to mention Gu's ability to concoct poison on the spot, the wounds on his body were enough to shock people. Aside from the wound on his back, Gu Qishao looked carefree, but he was actually in a sorry state. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't injured, but covered in wounds. His gorgeous red robes had been torn to shreds, leaving his white undergarments soaked in blood. How many bites did this guy get? Although Tang Li didn't know much about poison, he still had some common sense. Judging from the wounds on Gu's body, it was enough to kill him immediately. However, he was still fine. Other than some fatigue between his brows and his pale face, there was no sign of his life being in danger. How was this possible? When Tang Li was young, he heard Chang Fei Ye's birth mother, his aunt, say that there was a type of person in this world who would stop growing after reaching 20 years old. They would forever have a young face and body. They would be hurt, injured, and exhausted, but they wouldn't die. Even if they were poisoned, they wouldn't die, only feel pain. After the pain passed, they would be fine. This type of person was called a poison Gu human. Raising a poison Gu human was the highest level of poison art. Jun Yixie raised poison Gu human, poison corpse, and poison Gu. Among the poison Gu, the most powerful one was a poison Gu human. Poison Gu human. This thought flashed through Tang Li's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Even he found it laughable. How could Gu have anything to do with a poison Gu human? The poison sect was already destroyed. It was said that the poison sect didn't raise a poison Gu human back then, let alone now. Gu Qishao must have done something to the snakes just then so he wouldn't die from the poison. No matter how Tang Li thought about it, this was the only explanation he could come up with. Without the poisonous snakes surrounding them, the Tang sect's hidden weapons were naturally put to good use. However, just as Tang Li was about to ambush Gu suddenly threw the poisonous snake in his hand at Chang Fei Yi. With this toss, a terrifying thing happened. The originally dead snake actually came back to life in midair. It raised its head and spat out a mouthful of venom at Chang Fei Yi. No one expected this to happen. Chang Fei Yi stopped in his tracks. "Be careful." Fortunately, Tang Li had been keeping an eye on him the entire time. Chang Fei Yi snapped out of his daze and immediately reached out to block it. But as soon as he reached out, the venom sprayed over and landed on his silver-threaded gloved hand. The silver-threaded glove could defend against hundreds of poisons. No matter how terrifying and strange the snake venom was, it was still blocked. Chang Fei Yi was safe and sound. He made a prompt decision and swept his long sword. For a moment the sword light shone brightly, and the sword chi rippled out in circles. Not only did it shake off the surrounding poisonous snakes, but it also shook off the resurrected poisonous snake. The poisonous snake fell to the ground dead at Gu's feet. Gu ignored it. All of his attention was on the silver-threaded glove on Chang Fei-ye's hand. Chang Fei-ye had been wearing it all this time, but he only noticed it now. This belongs to the Tang sect's poison sect. Did you give Han Yunshi those hidden weapons? Gu narrowed his eyes, very certain. It looked like he'd misunderstood Han Yunshi. She had nothing to do with the Tang sect. Chang Fei-ye was the one who had ties to the Tang sect. The silver-threaded glove was a treasure that caused a sensation in the poison world. The Tang sect's poison sect was a branch of the medical school's poison sect. Back then, even the medical school's poison sect coveted this item. Chang Fei-ye didn't have time to answer. The fragrance on his body hadn't dissipated, so he could only continue to fight against the poisonous snake. It was worth mentioning that even though he was surrounded, he was still unharmed. The one who answered Gu was Tang Li. He stood behind Gu and aimed the pear-flower storm needles at him. Since you found out, then I'm sorry. As soon as Tang Li finished speaking, he immediately threw the needles. Gu dodged to the side. The snake venom cave was too dark, so Tang Li couldn't see clearly whether the pear-flower storm needles hit Gu or not. However, based on his assessment of Gu's martial arts, a sneak attack in this situation should have hit. The pear-flower storm needle's reputation wasn't just for show. Still, Gu Qishao was safe and sound. He finally met Tang Li's gaze. The pear-blossom rain needles were actually in your hands. It looks like this young gentleman underestimated you. Those who possessed the pear-flower storm needles were either the Tang sect's sect master or the Tang sect's young sect master. It's not too late to find out now. Tang Li didn't give up and threw the needles again. The pear-flower storm needles were limited and would be gone once they were used. However, Tang Li was very generous this time. He actually threw 3 needles in a row. However, what he couldn't accept was that Gu actually dodged all of them. He clearly saw how Gu dodged and saw that Gu was standing there unscathed. The pear-flower storm needles were known for their speed and strength. Even if they didn't hit a vital point, the strength of the golden needles was enough to seriously injure the opponent. If Gu was hit by the needles, even if he could survive, he definitely wouldn't be able to stand steadily. Just as Tang Li was shocked, Gu didn't hesitate. He pulled Mu Linger and turned to escape from the cave entrance. It had to be said that he was really ruthless. As soon as he got out, he put poison at the entrance of the snake cave, a deadly poison. Damn it! Although Tang Li was angry, he didn't chase after them. Instead, he hurried to help Long Fei-ye. He didn't know that after Gu used the poison, he fell heavily to the side of the cave entrance and couldn't stand up. His face was frighteningly pale and his narrow eyes were bloodshot. He didn't sit for long before he seemed to have lost all his strength and lay on the ground like a corpse. Would he die? Chapter 249. Would he die? He slowly closed his eyes. He was so quiet that it was frightening. If it wasn't for the weariness between his eyebrows, anyone who saw him would think that he was dead. Chi brother, you have to take the antidote quickly, Mu Linger cried. As she cried, she hurriedly stuffed handfuls of antidote into Gu's mouth. She knew that Chi brother wouldn't be able to hold on. After being bitten by so many poisonous snakes, it was really lucky that he didn't die down there. Why did Chi brother want to be enemies with the Emperor of Qin? What a stupid thing to do. Was it because of Han Yunshi? A trace of resentment flashed through Mu Ling-er's tearful eyes. She thought that if she had the chance to meet Han Yunshi, she would definitely teach her a lesson. Mu Ling-er was busy feeding him the antidote. She didn't notice that Gu's hands were not idle. He quietly pressed on his abdomen as if he was gathering his strength. Not long after, he secretly pulled out 2 pear-flower storm needles from the side of his abdomen. Tang Li used 4 needles and he got 2 of them. He was very lucky. He was in pain all over. The wounds from the snake bites and the pear-flower storm needles were all bleeding. Who knew what kind of pain this was? He could only endure it. He swallowed a lot of antidotes, but they were all stuck in his throat. When Mu Ling wasn't paying attention, Gu turned over and spat out all the antidotes. Mu Ling didn't dare to touch Gu. She didn't even dare to talk to him. She was afraid that she would waste his energy. She carefully guarded him. When she saw that Gu had turned over for a long time, she was worried and looked over. However, Gu quickly turned over again and looked at her. This time, Mu Ling-er's tears, which had stopped with great difficulty, suddenly burst out again. "Chi brother, you scared me to death, crybaby." Gu's face was even paler when he smiled. Mu Linger's heart ached. She unconsciously rushed over and hugged him. "Chi brother, don't be like this in the future, okay? No matter who it is, don't be like this. How can a life be worth a life?" Of course, she could tell that he was going all out to take Chang Feiye's life. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Gu's lips as he muttered in a low voice, "I really want to die so that I don't have to suffer so much." "Chi brother, what did you say?" Mu Ling didn't hear him clearly. Gu pushed Mu Ling, but he was powerless to push her away. He looked up at the sky helplessly. "Linger, you're hurting me. Let go." As soon as he said that, Mu Linger immediately let go of his hand. Gu stared at the entrance of the King Cobra Cave. This time, if it weren't for Tang Li, he was worried that he would expose too much. Chang Feiye definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Soon, he asked Mu Linger to take out all the poisons hidden in his sleeves and lay in ambush at the entrance of the King Cobra Cave. At this time, Chang Feiye and Tang Li were still killing the poisonous snake. Even if they killed all the poisonous snakes in the cave, they wouldn't be able to come out. After Mu Linger laid an ambush with the poisons, Gu had almost rested enough. He was obviously injured all over, and they were all bites from the poisonous snakes. He only rested for a while, but he quickly recovered his strength and could stand up by himself. "Chi brother, your life was saved. Don't force yourself, okay?" Mu Linger was very worried. She was a pharmacist and was familiar with medicine. She was very clear about Gu's current physical condition. Of course, she didn't think too much about it. Instead, she thanked God in her heart. "It's okay. You're Chi brother, I won't fall so easily." Gu regained his playful smile. "You're still forcing yourself. Let's go back. We'll go back according to the map." Mu Linger, who was always fearless, was scared for the first time. Without the map, who knew how many poisonous traps were waiting for them in front of them? A poisonous cave had already tormented them like this. After all, there were 100 poisonous traps in this cave. They walked all the way according to the map in their hands and only encountered the first poisonous trap here. This meant that it was still safe for them to go back the way they came. But Gu Qishao simply tossed the map to her and said, "You can leave first. Just leave the medicine to me." Although the medicine in Mu Linger's hand couldn't completely subdue the poisonous beast, it could at least calm it down. Once the Gu Shu calmed down, Gu was 100% confident that he could take it away. How could Mu Linger leave first? She had no interest in the Gu Shu at all. The reason why she disobeyed her family's orders and secretly followed Gu was all for Gu. "You come with me. If you continue to resist, you'll lose your life." Mu Linger was very serious. Gu stuffed the map into her hands and turned to leave. Mu Linger hurriedly pulled him back. "You should at least send me up. Be good, don't make a fuss. You can go up by yourself." Gu pushed Mu Linger away without a trace. "Humph, if you want to die here, I'll accompany you." Mu Linger was angry. She tore the map into pieces and scattered them all over the ground. She held on to Gu's arm and said boldly, "Let's go." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a secret door slowly opened on the side of the wall. 2 figures appeared in front of them one after another. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and was dressed in black. His arm was wrapped in bandages and seemed to be seriously injured. The woman was dressed in white like a fairy. She was otherworldly. They came so suddenly that Gu and the rest had no way to avoid them. They bumped into them directly. "Jun Yi Xie." Gu narrowed his eyes. He recognized the other party immediately. Mu Linger's attention was attracted by the woman in white. The woman was holding a famous sword. She looked so otherworldly that it was hard to ignore her. Looks like this prince came at the right time. With Gu's injuries, who wouldn't think that he was seriously injured? Jun Yixie's lips curved up into a cold, arrogant smile. He crossed his arms over his chest and walked step by step towards Gu Qishao. Meanwhile, the white-robed celestial maiden wasn't interested at all. She simply leaned against the wall and waited. Seeing Jun Yixie's arrogance, Mu Linger was about to speak when Gu signaled her with his eyes. He shielded her behind him. Although Mu Linger was worried, she obediently cooperated. Soon, she and Gu retreated to the foot of the wall. At this moment, Jun Yixie stopped and said with interest, "Gu, if this prince remembers correctly, your poison skills are not ordinary." "So what?" Gu Qishao's body of injuries combined with his stubborn expression made for a wonderful sight. He looked like a powerless warrior who would rather die than submit. Jun Yixie laughed. "This prince will use you to test all the poison trap. It's just right. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I definitely won't let you obtain the Gu Shu." Gu said righteously, but his eyes flashed with ridicule. "That will depend on whether you have the ability," Jun Yixie said and was about to make a move. Who knew that at this moment Gu would suddenly kick out? God knows how much internal energy he used in this kick. With one kick, Jun Yixie was sent flying. With a bam, he crashed heavily into the wall. Jun Yixie did not expect this. Once he crashed into the wall, he immediately fell down with another bam. He knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground and the other on his chest. When he raised his head, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Poison! Since His Highness Duke Kong praised this young master's poison skills, of course I should let him have a taste, right? Gu turned around and looked at Mu Linger with a brilliant smile. Mu Linger was stunned. She could not believe that Chi brother could deliver such a heavy kick. He did not seem to be injured or poisoned. Jun Yixie suffered a great loss, but he would not admit it. He stood up and spat out a few more mouthfuls of black blood. Coldly, he said, "It's indeed not ordinary. It's good that I'll use you to pave the way." With that, he pulled out the treasured saber on his back. The saber's cold light was comparable to the light of the cold moon. "The poisonous saber cold moon blade," Mu Linger blurted out. This was an ancient treasured saber. It got its name because the saber's light was comparable to the cold moon. Not to mention the blade, just the saber's light was enough to kill people and beasts. It seemed that Jun Yixie came to steal the Gu Shu in advance with sufficient preparations. He even brought such a powerful weapon. Only then did Jun Yixie notice Mu Ling. "You're quite knowledgeable." However, he did not stop his actions. He raised the cold moon blade high and immediately slashed at Gu. The saber's light shone brightly, causing the air around them to change. Gu pushed Mu Linger away, but he did not dodge. The saber's light cut off a large piece of flesh from his shoulder. Pain. Gu was a man, but he was afraid of pain. Unfortunately, no one knew. He grinned and narrowed his eyes. He also took out a weapon. It was a black folding fan. It looked ordinary, but when he opened it, he saw that the fan's leaves were all sabers. This was a blade fan. He originally planned to use it to deal with the poisonous beast, but now he had to let Jun Yixie have a taste of it. At this moment, Jun Yixie's second slash came. Gu opened the blade fan and raised it above his head to block. When the blade fan and the cold moon blade collided, there was a crisp sound of collision. Those who did not know would think that the two masterpieces were broken. In fact, the two masterpieces were as good as new. However, Jun Yixie and Gu's arms were torn and blood kept flowing out. At first, the two of them continued to exert their strength. However, as time passed, the wounds on their arms became bigger because of the force exerted. More and more blood flowed out. If this continued, it was very likely that they would die from excessive blood loss. At this moment, the masked woman in white, who had been watching from the side, suddenly stabbed at them with her sword. Despicable, taking advantage of people's difficulties. Mu Ling scolded and pulled out her sword. However, before she could see the masked woman's swordsmanship clearly, her sword was cut in half. The masked woman in white did not care about Mu Ling at all. She did not even look at her and turned to help Jun Yixie. Jun Yixie and Gu were in a deadlock. At this moment, even if there was only a little bit of external force, the winner would be decided immediately. The masked woman in white did not say anything and slashed her sword at Gu's blade fan. Gu could not withstand it. The blade fan was pressed to his head in an instant. The blades of the blade were almost touching his scalp. The consequences would be unimaginable if he blocked it. "Let go of my chi, brother! Bullying him with numbers, you are shameless! Let go of him!" Mu Ling brandished her broken sword and wanted to fight the masked woman in white. Unfortunately, the woman in white dealt with her with one hand and pushed her far away, not letting her get close to Gu. However, Gu suddenly let go of the blade fan and let Jun Yixie's blade and the masked woman in white's sword come at him. No. Mu Ling could not stop them in time. She covered her eyes and screamed. Gu's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. He would only feel pain but not death. At this point, he could only let these two know the secret of his identity and then kill them. The blades of the blade and the eyes of the masked woman in white approached. However, at this moment, several sharp needles flew out from the darkness not far away and rushed at the arms of Jun Yixie and the masked woman in white. The two of them hurriedly dodged and heard a familiar voice. "Jun Yixie, Duanmu Yao, stop!" Who came? Chapter 250. Other than Mu Linger, everyone present recognized this voice, but no one expected that this person would enter the sinkhole. Gu's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked towards the dark path beside him. He muttered to himself suspiciously, "Poison Girl is here too." Even if they successfully passed through the hundreds of traps, it wouldn't be easy to catch the poison beast. The last stage was the most dangerous, so he didn't ask Han Yunxi to come down with him. This girl doesn't know any martial arts, so who did she come with? Thinking of this, Gu unconsciously looked down at his feet. Long Fei Yi and Tang Li were still trapped down there. Who else could Han Yunxi, who had no relatives or friends in Medical City, have come with? As soon as she heard the words, "Poison Girl," Mu Linger pouted, her displeasure written all over her face. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to her. Han Yunxi emerged from the shadows, followed by a white-robed, masked man. One in front and one in back, Han Yunxi walked calmly and unhurriedly, while the white-robed man's steps were light and slow. His entire being emanated the warmth of an April spring breeze. No one would have guessed that Han Yunxi had been kidnapped, but assumed that this white-robed man was her personal guard. Actually, Han Yunxi hadn't encountered any difficulties while following the white-robed man. Their journey was very smooth. Originally, the man in white wanted to turn to the other side, but her detoxification system detected hundreds of poisons here. Many of them were from ancient times, and the detoxification system only recorded them, not collected them. She said that she wanted to come over and take a look, and the man in white actually agreed, so she didn't hold back. Who knew that she would see Gu about to be split in half as soon as she arrived? When she saw Han Yunxi walk out, Duanmu Yao wanted to hold back, but she couldn't help it. "Cold," she said, "Han Yunxi, enemies really do meet on a narrow road." Duanmu Yao had kept track of everything from Pill-Fiend Valley's teasing and humiliation in Tianning's capital city. She was the closed-door disciple of the Celestial Mountain Sword sect and the princess of the first wife of Western Zhou, but she'd been belittled time and time again by this lowly woman. Even her marriage alliance had been rejected because of this woman. Now that she'd come all the way here without Long Fei around, how could she leave the matter at that? When did Western Zhou's princess get together with Northern Li's Duke of Kong? Does Western Zhou's emperor know? Han Yunxi was very surprised. She recalled how Tang Li had said that Jun Yixie had been rescued by a white-robed woman with formidable swordsmanship. After all, Western Zhou and Tianning were allied by marriage. Western Zhou and Tianning had always been enemies of Northern Li. Even if Duanmu Yao couldn't marry Long Fei, Western Zhou and Tianning had already signed an agreement to defend their borders together. Was Duanmu Yao's way of doing things on her own, or was there some shady business going on between Western Zhou and Northern Li? If I silence you, that old man will never know. Duanmu Yao was overbearing and aggressive. Judging from the current situation, she'd definitely be able to kill Han Yunxi without Long Fei here. Hearing this, Han Yunxi knew that Duanmu Yao was secretly seducing Jun Yixie. Unwilling to be outdone, she said, "If you can't silence this Wang Fei, then I'll let all of Cloud Realm Continent know about this. Just try it." Duanmu Yao raged as she raised her sword to attack. Unexpectedly, Jun Yixie walked over and shielded her with a warning look. Duanmu Yao and Jun Yixie might be partners, but she still feared him. She only gave a soft snort and didn't say a word. "Han Yunxi, just what kind of poison did you use on your lordship?" Jun Yixie asked cold. "Just like bone poison, there's no antidote." Han Yunxi's serious expression made Jun Yixie feel unwell all over. Jun Yixie had come to Medical City for the poison beast as well. He'd come early because he couldn't cure the poison in his arm, nor could he deal with Han Yunxi. Thus, he could only take the risk to find the poison beast's blood. "Since that's the case, then your lordship has no need to keep you alive." Jun Yixie was truly ruthless this time. He'd been like this ever since he was a child. If he couldn't get his hands on something no matter how hard he tried, he'd rather destroy it. Once again, he raised his Frost Moon saber, its light flickering with a frightening chill. Seeing this, Duanmu Yao impatiently unsheathed her sword as well. "Duke of Kong, leave this woman to me." Although she'd been far away from Tianning's capital for the past few months, she'd still been keeping an eye on the Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's movements. She knew of Han Yunxi's poison skills and assassination weapons, but she'd never taken them seriously. She was certain that as long as she didn't give Han Yunxi a chance to ambush her, this woman would be no match for her. "No. Your lordship will kill her with his own hands." Jun Yixie's eyes reflected Han Yunxi's figure as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Han Yunxi realized that Jun Yixie's killing intent was real. Her poisons were no longer a threat to him. "If you don't get the poison beast's blood, then no one but me will be able to save your hand," she warned coldly. "Your lordship must get the poison beast's blood." Jun Yixie was very confident. As soon as he sensed Han Yunxi's vigilance, he began to inch closer. As soon as he did, Gu reached out to grab Han Yunxi. Gu was about to grab Han Yunxi's hand when Han Yunxi suddenly vanished from his sight. Where did she go? Gu reflexively turned back, only to see Han Yunxi being pulled behind his back by the masked man. "What incredible speed!" Gu exclaimed in his heart. Jun Yixie abruptly stopped in his tracks. "You're from the Shadow Clan?" Only the Shadow Clan's shadow technique, which was not taught to outsiders, could allow one's Qin Gong to reach this level of perfection. The great Qin Empire that once unified Cloud Realm Continent had two imperial clans, Eastern and Western Qin, as well as the 7 noble families. The Shadow Clan was one of the 7 noble families who were responsible for protecting the Western Qin imperial clan. Rumors said that the Shadow Clan protected their clan with their lives and had never failed to fulfill their duties, much less betray them. Following the fall of the Great Qin Empire and its imperial clan, the 7 noble families gradually disappeared without a trace. He never expected to see the shadow arts again today. As soon as he heard the name, Gu realized that the speed just then had been due to the shadow arts. If this white-robed man was protecting Han Yunxi, could it be so? She's the orphan of the Western Qin imperial clan? Duanmu Yao suddenly exclaimed. She couldn't accept this reality. After all, the Great Qin Empire was a legend in Cloud Realm continent. The East and Western Qin imperial clans were the true imperial clans in the hearts of the people. They were truly worthy of submission and worship. Compared to the Great Qin imperial clan, the three countries weren't even worth a mention. If Han Yunxi was the real deal, then her last bit of pride would be trampled underfoot. The white-robed man didn't answer Duanmu Yao's question directly. He looked gentle and mild, but he didn't give anyone face. He didn't even spare Jun Yixie or Gu a glance before turning to Han Yunxi and saying, "I asked you to pave the way for me, not cause trouble." Everyone exhaled in relief at his words. It looked like Han Yunxi wasn't the orphan of the Western Qin imperial clan after all. If she was, then it wouldn't be easy to touch her with the Shadow Clan's protection. Han Yunxi had never heard of the Shadow Clan, East Qin or Western Qin. She only knew that she couldn't let Jun Yixie and Duanmu Yao get their hands on the poison beast. "Help me kill them. Otherwise, I won't go with you." Han Yunxi said this and her body nimbly flashed to Gu's side. Gu was happy and quickly reached out to protect Han Yunxi. He smiled at the white-robed man and said, "Kill them and I'll go with you." This fellow was so shameless. Even Han Yunxi felt embarrassed for him. The white-robed man treated Gu like air. He looked at Han Yunxi with gentle eyes and a gentle voice. "I'll try." He said he wanted to try? Why did such a gentle voice, such a humble answer, sound so arrogant? He turned to look at Jun Yixie and Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao immediately retreated. She was confident in her sword skills, but she wasn't confident in her speed. Speed was the only thing that couldn't be broken in this world. The shadow technique didn't have anything else other than speed. The shadow technique was only the basic. Martial arts based on this foundation were fast, no matter what kind of martial arts they used. Their attacks were fast and their dodges were fast. In other words, no matter how powerful their martial arts were or how profound their inner strength was, if they weren't fast enough, they wouldn't be able to beat him. Right now, it was relatively easy to take advantage of the complicated terrain to escape. Duanmu Yao retreated a few steps. She couldn't care less about Jun Yixie. She turned and fled. "Duanmu Yao, I'll definitely tell Long Fei Yi," Han Yunxi shouted. She admitted that she was very naughty. She could poke at Duanmu Yao's sore spot with a single sentence. Of course, if Long Fei Yi was present, she wouldn't have shouted that. She would have just remained silent. Jun Yixie was indignant and anxious, but he also began to retreat step by step. With Duanmu Yao fleeing, he had no choice but to retreat as well. His arm was heavily injured, and without the assistance of Duanmu Yao's sword skills, he had no confidence in dealing with this mysterious white-robed man. "Don't let him get away," Han Yunxi shouted. Duanmu Yao didn't count for anything, but Jun Yixie was the real threat to her life. But the white-robed man only said seriously, "Miss Yunxi, why kill a deserter?" Cough cough. Jun Yixie was still retreating. He hadn't even escaped yet. "You shouldn't humiliate him like this. This gentle gentleman, are you sure you didn't do it on purpose?" Even Han Yunxi didn't expect him to say such words, much less say them so seriously. Jun Yixie was unwilling to accept this to begin with. Now he was so angry that his nostrils were about to spit fire. He raised his broadsword and viciously slashed at the group. His blade glinted brilliantly, shaking the small cave until half of it collapsed. In the chaos, Jun Yixie had long disappeared without a trace. The white-robed man was the first to protect Han Yunxi. Gu wasn't as fast as him, so he could only watch from the sidelines. Still, he didn't notice that Mu Ling had been staring at him the entire time. Fortunately, the cave was well supported and didn't collapse completely, so the exit wasn't blocked off. "Why did you let him escape?" Han Yunxi demanded. "Didn't this guy say he was going to try? Was he joking?" But the white-robed man was serious. "Miss Yunxi, you're a doctor. Why must you be so ruthless?" Han Yunshi almost choked on her own saliva at these words. What a wonderful answer! She had no words to retort. Can we go now? The white-robed man quickly gathered his thoughts. He had only one goal in mind this time. Han Yunshi stole a glance at Gu, who immediately understood with a smile. Since we've run into each other, let's go together. Before the white-robed man could say anything, the silent Mu Ling suddenly spoke up. Chi brother, if we leave, what will happen to the other two? To the readers. Third night watch, come at 9 p.m. We've created an official 479540437 group. Momo is there too. Welcome to the group, but be careful to urge them. Chapter 251. There were two people down there? As soon as Mu Ling said this, Gu's face immediately darkened. Han Yunshi asked suspiciously, There are people down there? Isn't there a king cobra down there? As soon as she said this, Gu's face turned pale again. Han Yunshi had come here because she was attracted by the poison here. Her detoxification system had detected that there was a large amount of king cobra venom here. Moreover, there were hundreds of different types of poisons gathered together. Although his face was pale, Gu still calmed down and asked, How did you know that there was a king cobra here? Did you walk past it? I smelled it. Can't you smell the strong poison? Han Yunshi asked calmly. If the man in white hadn't been there, she would have panicked and said that she had walked past it. How could it smell so good? The man in white looked at Han Yunshi, his gentle eyes scrutinizing her. However, Gu had no time to be suspicious. He changed the topic. He brought you down? He wants to help you find the poisonous beast? Unfortunately, Han Yunshi wasn't so easily fooled. She walked around and stomped hard, trying to find the entrance. There's someone down there. Who is it? Mu Ling still wanted to say more, but she was stunned when she met Gu's fierce warning gaze. She had known Chi brother for so many years, but he had never been fierce to her before. He was actually fierce to her because of Han Yunshi. Mu Ling felt so wronged that her eyes turned red again. She clenched her fists tightly, but no matter how hard she clenched them, she didn't dare to. She was so afraid that Chi brother would ignore her from now on. No one answered for a long time. Han Yunshi looked at Mu Ling. Young lady, who's trapped down there? Mu Ling didn't know how to hide her emotions. She glared at Han Yunshi fiercely and turned her head away. Han Yunshi was confused by his stare. She asked Gu casually, She is Mu Ling the genius pharmacist of the Mu family. Gu was eager to have a topic to talk about. Of course, Han Yunshi knows about the genius pharmacist of the Mu family and the important person who drugged the poisonous beast this time. Do you know each other? Han Yunshi asked. Mu Ling replied hurriedly, Brother Chi and I, all right, she had been with me for a long time, but she couldn't come up with anything. She didn't want to say that they were like siblings, but they were more than friends. In the end, she said, Anyway, Chi brother knew me before he knew you. Han Yunshi didn't care about their relationship at all. She activated the detox system and had it automatically search for poisons around them as she asked Gu Qishao, Just what's going on down there? The people who came to steal the poisonous beast. I don't know them. Gu answered casually, as if it was really nothing important. You trapped them down there? Han Yunshi continued to ask. When she saw Gu covered in blood before, she was worried. Later, she saw that he was in good spirits, so she didn't rush to ask. Just now, she took a careful look and was 100% sure that the wounds on his body were snake bite. In other words, this guy must have gone into the snake cave and experienced a very fierce fight. Thinking up to here, Han Yunshi's gaze changed as she looked at Gu Qishao. Just what kind of person was down there? Someone who could injure Gu Qishao to this extent and do his best to hide it? If this guy didn't hide it, she would be anxious to find the poisonous beast. Now that he hid it, she was excited. There must be something wrong here. Gu was hiding something from her. Gu avoided Han Yunshi's question and urged the man in white. Let's go quickly. It'll be troublesome if Jun Yixie finds the poisonous beast first. Han Yunshi wasn't in a hurry. If they weren't familiar with this place, they would be trapped for a long time if they touched any of the poison trap. She walked around slowly, looking for the entrance while talking to herself. There's still boiling powder down there, and, hearing the words, boiling powder, even Mu Ling was shocked. To be precise, boiling powder was a kind of medicine, and its toxicity was very low. She didn't know about poisons, but Han Yunshi said that she could smell the poison. Maybe it was true. However, boiling powder was odorless, and it had been used for so long. How could Han Yunshi smell it? The man in white used a cautious gaze to scrutinize Han Yunshi again, as if trying to discover something from her. Gu's mouth twitched, but before he could speak, Han Yunshi added, "There's also black snake juice, but there's not much of it. It's very fresh, probably concocted on the spot." Black snake juice. This was the poison that Gu had just concocted on the spot in the snake cave. Han Yunshi could even smell it. At this moment, Gu finally sensed that something was wrong. "Poison lass, you really smelled it?" Han Yunshi ignored him and suddenly stopped at the side, staring at her feet and muttering, "There are so many poisons here: 7-star flowers, dragon snake seeds, xiaoxiang snake leaves." She slowly squatted down, and as she recited the names of the poisons, she put on a glove and felt around on the ground. Indeed, she found quite a lot of poisonous powder. Gu leaned against the wall and suddenly had the urge to escape. This frightening woman. How did she do it? She had almost told him everything that he had just done. Now, all that was left was to find the entrance to the snake cave, and the entrance was actually right beside her feet, blocked by a rock. Gu had already completely shut up, and stared at the rock, thinking that as long as Han Yunshi did not find the entrance, it would be useless no matter how much she knew. Gu was still worried, and he glared at Mu Ling. The heartbroken Mu Ling pursed her lips, and finally, her tears flowed silently. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Han Yunshi muttered to herself, "Who placed so many poisons at the entrance?" Yes, she had already found the entrance. There were hundreds of poisons at the entrance, and anyone who went down from this entrance would definitely be poisoned. Many of the poisons inside were very deadly. If this was a trap, then the snake cave below was unnecessary. So, someone deliberately placed these poisons. Han Yunshi explained seriously. Once she finished speaking, she immediately asked Gu, "You placed them?" Gu was speechless, and could only pull the corners of his mouth, and put on a fake smile. Han Yunshi felt more and more strange. Just as she was about to push away that rock, who knew that the rock was suddenly sent flying by a strong and overbearing sword chi. Following that, a large group of dead king snake eyes flew out from the cave entrance, and fell to the side. This kind of sword chi was not something that anyone could have. A complicated look flashed past the white-robed man's eyes, and in an instant, he landed beside Han Yunshi, and pulled Han Yunshi up. "Let's go!" Gu did not expect this, and subconsciously went to stop him. However, a figure flew out from the snake cave faster than him, and chased after the white-robed man. Not long after, he slashed out a sword chi. That sword chi was very thin, like a thin ray of light, and aimed at the back of the white-robed man's head. The white-robed man could only dodge, and once he dodged, his speed slowed down. In an instant, that black-robed man caught up with them. He grabbed the white-robed man's hand that was pressing on Han Yunshi's shoulder, and his other hand domineeringly pulled Han Yunshi over, and held her in his arms. Familiar temperature, familiar aura, familiar domineering, familiar person. It was him, Long Feiyi. His eyes were cold, and he stared at the white-robed man. His arms were strong, and he hugged Han Yunshi very, very tightly. Han Yunshi was stunned. "You brought her down?" Long Feiyi was dealing with the poisonous snakes below, and he heard all the fighting and arguments above. "I just happened to meet her at the cave entrance, so I gave her a ride," the white-robed man said very simply. "Since when did the Shadow Clan like to meddle in other people's business?" Long Feiyi asked again. The Shadow Clan was the protector of the Western Qin imperial family. Other than protecting the Western Qin imperial family, they generally did not care about other things. "You're too idle," the white-robed man said jokingly. "You can go." Long Fei Ye's domineering and noble nature were innate as he ordered. She agreed to go with me. The white-robed man was as gentle as before. "She's going back on her word now," Long Fei Ye directly replied, not giving Han Yunshi a chance to speak. The white-robed man did not reply, and suddenly attacked with a palm. The palm wind was as sharp as a blade. Long Fei Yi protected Han Yunshi and dodged. Just as he was about to attack, who knew that Tang Li would suddenly rush out of the cave and shout, "Long Fei Yi, your leg! Hurry and detoxify it! Hurry!" Long Fei Yi could have been unscathed, but when he heard Han Yunshi's voice, he could not wait any longer. He stood on one leg to increase the power of his sword qi, and just like that, his leg was bitten by the poisonous snakes. Han Yunshi subconsciously looked down and saw that Long Fei Ye's right leg of his trousers had already been torn to shreds. It was filled with deep snake bites, and each of them was dripping with black blood. In an instant, Han Yunshi sucked in a breath of cold air, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. She was a poison doctor, and she had seen many wounds more serious than this. Gu's back and limbs were all covered in wounds, but she did not feel this way when she saw them. However, the more than 10 wounds on Long Fei Ye's leg made her feel afraid. The white-robed man ignored Tang Li, and Long Fei Yi did not get distracted. The two of them were still competing. Although Long Fei Ye's speed was not as fast as the white-robed man, it was not far behind. In addition, his martial arts were good, so the two of them were basically on par. "Stop!" Han Yunshi suddenly shouted. She struggled out of Long Fei Ye's arms and stood in front of him. The white-robed man was about to attack, but he immediately retracted his palm when he saw this. Long Fei Yi also stopped. He frowned and looked at Han Yunshi. He said in a low voice, "Don't make a fuss." Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi was especially fierce and serious. She said sternly, "Detoxify. Sit down immediately." There were so many wounds. How deep was the poison? If he did not detoxify immediately, he would die. Looking at Han Yunshi's angry and serious expression, Long Fei Yi felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He really left the white-robed man aside and sat down obediently as Han Yunshi said. Han Yunshi did not care about the people around her. She hurriedly took out the needles and antidote from the treatment bag. Her serious expression made Mu Linger, who was watching from the side, scared. She remembered a saying, "Some women are very scary when they get serious." The white-robed man clenched his fists, as if he was hesitating whether to continue the fight. Gu looked at the wounds all over his body, and his eyes, which were originally full of vigor, suddenly dimmed. Chapter 252. Han Yunshi exuded a serious and authoritative aura, which was enough to intimidate everyone present. The man in white slowly loosened his clenched fist. He gave up the best opportunity to attack Long Fei Yi and sat silently by the side. As he watched, his eyes unconsciously became gentle again. He was always obsessed with the way this woman detoxified and couldn't extricate himself. Gu watched without moving. His expression was a little stupefied. He didn't take the opportunity to escape and seemed to be absent-minded. The king cobra's venom was a piece of cake for Han Yunshi. However, Long Fei Yi was poisoned by so much king cobra's venom at once. If he didn't detoxify it in time, his life would be in danger. Han Yunshi expelled the poison from Long Fei Ye's leg as fast as she could and then hurriedly applied medicine. She lowered her head and narrowed her eyes. The movements of her hands were professional, quick, and clean. She was completely immersed in this urgency, as if even if the sky fell, it had nothing to do with her. She didn't realize that she was nervous. She also didn't notice that Long Fei Yi had been staring at her with his head lowered. There were traces of joy in his deep eyes. He was very, very close to her. His forehead was almost touching her head. This scene in the dark and cold cave was particularly warm. Although she was very fast, Han Yunshi still treated every wound seriously and neatly. Even the bandages were very meticulous. One more layer of gauze would be too thick, and one less layer wouldn't be enough. The bandages were just right. They wouldn't hinder Long Feiyi from walking and wouldn't be too ugly. After a while, more than 10 wounds were all treated. Han Yunshi exhaled and looked up. It's safe. Unexpectedly, when she raised her head, she bumped into Long Feiyi's chin. Long Feiyi immediately raised his head to avoid it. Han Yunshi also subconsciously stepped back a little. It hurts. Why is this guy's jaw so hard? This bump finally pulled her back from her nervousness. She looked to the side, obviously deliberately avoiding Long Feiyi. The expression on her elegant little face was especially silent and forbearing, as if the serious, strong, and intimidating woman just now was not her. This was the first time they met since he had forcefully kissed her in the tea-house. She really didn't know how to face him. Or rather, she really didn't know what to do with this man. She had always been a person who could let go of things easily. She was also a person with strong self-control. However, after meeting him, everything changed. She couldn't even control herself. The surroundings were silent, and the two of them were even more silent. Han Yunshi looked to the side, but damn it, she wanted to know what Long Feiyi was doing and what kind of expression he had. She hated this silence. She hated being in such a dilemma. Sit properly, there's still poison in your body that hasn't been cured. She spoke first, cold and even a little fierce, as if she was facing a disobedient patient. Long Feiyi had just flown out of the cave filled with poison, and he had also been ambushed by a lot of poisons around the cave entrance. If it weren't for Tang Li's shout, she wouldn't have realized this problem. Han Yunshi activated the detoxification system's detection function instead of the scanning function. But unexpectedly, Long Feiyi suddenly reached over and gently rubbed her forehead with his big hand. Han Yunshi didn't expect this and subconsciously raised her head to look at him. She saw Long Feiyi looking down at her with a silent expression. Even his usually cold and emotionless eyes were silent. He gently rubbed the pain on her forehead without saying anything. His hand was very big and rough because he had been holding a sword for many years. Her skin was delicate and sensitive. His palm was full of masculine heat, and her forehead was cold. The coarseness and the gentleness, the heat and the coolness blended together. As he rubbed her forehead, she felt an indescribable sense of comfort. At this moment, Han Yunshi forgot all the previous entanglement and hurt. Once again, she subconsciously indulged in his eyes that were as deep as the sea. Long Feiyi, it turns out that you also have such a quiet and peaceful side. In this life, can I have the luxury of being as gentle as water for once? The scene of detoxification just now was shocking, but now this warm and peaceful scene was simply a public display of affection. Cough, cough. Gu suddenly coughed loudly. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Han Yunshi regained her senses and turned her head away. Long Feiyi's hand was empty, so he immediately retracted it. He didn't look at Gu, but gave Tang Li a look. Tang Li was about to make a move, but who knew that Han Yunshi would get it? She narrowed her eyes at Gu and said in a bad mood, "Where's the antidote?" Gu Qixiao feigned ignorance and kept coughing lightly a few more times. 5-colored lotus, luo wintry parting grass, and beauty's worry. These are the antidotes for these 3 poisons. The detoxification system had already analyzed that Long Feiyi had only been poisoned by 3 types of poisons because he was so fast. Unfortunately, these 3 poisons were all ancient poisons. The detoxification system had recorded the antidote formula, but unfortunately, there were no ready-made antidote. Actually, it wasn't easy to get those antidotes now, let alone the detoxification system. Gu's coughing stopped abruptly. He smiled at Han Yunshi and turned to leave without saying anything. "Stop right there. Han Yunshi and Tang Li shouted at the same time. Tang Li chased after him. Gu ignored Han Yunshi and looked at Tang Li. He smiled lightly, enchanting and cold. Young Master Tang, the pearflower storm needles aren't something you can make. Don't waste them. Tang Li didn't know the truth. He only thought that Gu had successfully dodged 4 of his pearflower storm needles. Tang Li thought that they had underestimated this guy. It would be a waste to use the pearflower storm needles now. Hence, he really didn't use them. Even without the pearflower storm needles, I can still take care of you. I'm so scared. Gu's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. He got into a fighting stance. Without the pearflower storm needles, he was happy to play with this young master of the Tang sect. However, before Tang Li could make a move, Han Yunshi shouted angrily, "You with the surname Gu, don't think that I don't know that you're stalling for time. Give me the antidote now. This poison can't be delayed." There were 3 types of poison in Long Fei Ye's body. Among them, the Luo Shang parting grass poison acted up very quickly. If it wasn't detoxified in time, even if Han Yunshi could expel part of the poison, the remaining poison would quickly invade the brain. By then, even if there was an antidote, there would be repercussions. If one didn't understand this poison, no one would be able to tell that Gu was stalling for time. However, Han Yunshi saw through it. At Han Yunshi's words, Tang Li grew anxious. "You despicable villain!" But the person in question, Long Fei Yi, didn't take it to heart. All of his attention was on Han Yunshi. This woman looked the best when she was serious, especially now. Tianning's Duke of Qin had never been protected by anyone in his life. It wasn't that no one wanted to protect him, but that he wasn't used to it and didn't need it. But right now there was a woman protecting him. Gu Qixiao's eyes flashed with bitterness, but it quickly disappeared. In the end, he ignored the angry Han Yunshi and beckoned with his finger to signal Tang Li to let the horse pass. "Give me both the antidote and your life." Tang Li drew a short sword and stabbed forward, but Gu only dodged without making a move. That's right, he was stalling for time. Finally, Han Yunshi grew angry. She stood up and said, "Gu, if you don't give me the antidote now, we'll break off our friendship." At her words, Gu's movements came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, Tang Li didn't have time to withdraw his short sword before it stabbed into his shoulder. At this moment, Han Yunshi gave a start as her heart skipped a beat. Tang Li was stunned. He never expected Gu to stop just like that. Mu Ling burst into tears. "Qi brother!" Gu was stunned as well. Damn it, his shoulder was clearly injured, but why did his heart hurt so much? Tang Li came to his senses, but he didn't feel guilty. Based on Gu's scheme against him and Long Fei Yi just now, even 100 stabs wouldn't be enough to appease his anger. He pulled out his short sword without hesitation. Tang Li's short sword was not an ordinary short sword, it was also a hidden weapon. Once the blade pierced into a person's body, countless thin hooks would extend and hook into the flesh. With such a fierce pull, blood instantly spurted out from Gu's shoulder blade. God knew how painful it was. "Give me the antidote," Tang Li urged angrily. Gu, who was always afraid of pain, ignored the pain in his shoulder blade and ignored Tang Li. Instead, he finally looked at Han Yunshi. He looked at her for a long time and smiled. His smile was still as flirtatious and beautiful. He asked as if he was joking, "Poison girl, how can you be so biased? He tried to kill me last time. Why didn't you divorce him?" Although he sounded like he was joking, his gaze was stubborn. He was as stubborn as a child who was determined to get an answer. Han Yunshi looked at the wound on Gu's shoulder, then looked at the flesh and blood in Tang Li's hand that mimicked the blade. Her breathing quickened. She really felt sorry for Gu. However, even though she couldn't bear it, she still had to get the antidote. Long Fei Yi couldn't wait any longer. "I saved you last time, didn't I?" Han Yunshi retorted. "Poison lass, you saving me and divorcing him are 2 different things." Gu Qixiao was still smiling, his smile carefree and heartless. You! Han Yunshi was so angry that she didn't know how to refute. Gu had no intention of leaving either. They were in a stalemate. What will it take for you to give me the antidote? Han Yunshi was anxious. The poison in Long Fei Ye's body couldn't be depleted. Gu was determined not to give him the antidote. He was still in the mood to tease Han Yunshi. He said, "Let me think about it for a few days before I tell you." At this moment, Long Fei Yi, who had been staring at Han Yunshi, finally turned to look at Gu. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Even if he was poisoned, with his current physical strength, he could easily kill Gu before the poison took effect. However, just as Long Fei Yi was about to make his move, note to the readers: today is the first update. Tomorrow is the third update. Chapter 253. Just as Long Fei Yi was about to make a move on Gu, Han Yunshi suddenly said coldly, "Tang Li, hurry out and help me find 3 herbs, Buddha tea, 3 provinces flower, and green vine seed. Go to Medicine City and Medicine Ghost Valley to find them, quickly." After she finished speaking, she didn't continue the stalemate with Gu and directly ignored Gu. She turned around and returned to Long Fei Ye's side and decisively took out a set of gold needles. "Don't worry, I will keep watching over you until Tang Li returns," she said very seriously to Long Fei Yi. Her voice was very loud, so loud that everyone could hear her. In this life, this was the first time someone had said, "Don't worry," to Long Fei Yi, and it was also the first time someone had said to him that she would keep watch over him. Although he really wanted to tell Han Yunshi that he didn't need a woman's protection, but at this moment, he actually silently withdrew the hand that was about to draw his sword and unexpectedly nodded. Even his voice was 3 degrees warmer as he said, "Okay." Han Yunshi once again confirmed the location of the poison and decisively began to apply the needles. Seeing this, the roguish smile on Gu's lips slowly disappeared. He stared blankly for a long time as Han Yunshi seriously prepared the needles. "Poison lass," he called out tentatively, and when he saw that Han Yunshi ignored him, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Hey, poison lass!" Unfortunately, a sly look flashed across Han Yunshi's eyes, and she still ignored him. Recalling Han Yunshi's words of breaking off ties, Gu became anxious and without thinking, he immediately took out 3 antidotes and threw them over. "Poison lass, for you." This time, Han Yunshi was delighted. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She was about to reach out to receive the antidotes, but who knew that Long Fei Yi would send a gust of wind from his palm, and the 3 antidotes were shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. Han Yunshi was dumbfounded when she saw the 3 antidotes that she had worked so hard to obtain shattered on the ground. Long Fei looked coldly at Gu Qishao. "No need. Your lordship will settle this debt." Since Han Yunshi could guarantee that he was fine, how could he accept Gu's antidote? He was very willing to let this woman guard him. He was even more willing to let this woman and Gu become strangers from now on. He believed that Han Yunshi was a woman of her words. She would cut ties with him. Seeing this, Gu narrowed his eyes and slowly clenched his fist. "Settle the score? You owe this young master even more. Then let's settle the score." Long Fei Yi stood up. Swords were drawn between the two of them, and a great battle was about to begin. "Poison lass, look carefully. He's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. Don't blame me for not giving you face." Gu said word by word. Long Fei Yi snorted and didn't say anything. He used actions to replace words and pulled Han Yunshi behind him, not letting her interfere. Seeing that Long Fei Yi was about to draw his sword and that Gu was doomed, seeing that the poison had entered Long Fei Yi's body and was about to take effect, Han Yunshi only felt that her head was about to explode. She suddenly shouted angrily, "Enough!" Gu was still frightened by Han Yunshi. He pursed his lips and calmed down a little. However, how could Long Fei Yi be intimidated by Han Yunshi's words? With a clang, he pulled out his long sword. "Long Fei Yi!" Han Yunshi scolded him with his full name, but then said in a low voice, Idiot, do you really think that I can save you without the antidote? Long Fei Yi didn't expect this at all. What did she mean by that? She couldn't save him without the antidote. So, she was lying to him just now and also to Gu? Long Fei Yi suddenly felt a sense of helplessness that he had never felt before. This woman who had just reassured him was now calling him an idiot. It was another first. The first time someone dared to call him an idiot, but he really couldn't do anything about it. And he was indeed as easily fooled as an idiot. Take it that I'm begging you, cooperate with me. I can't fool him, okay? The longer the poison in your body is dragged out, the more harmful it will be to your body. Han Yunxi said very seriously, as if she wasn't trying to save Long Fei Ye's life, but her own. Seeing her anxious look, Long Fei Ye's heart was filled with warmth. He couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. Once again, he obeyed this woman and obediently kept his sword. Once again, he allowed her to protect him. Seeing this, Gu Qishao finally let down his guard. Hey, are you still giving me the antidote? Han Yunxi asked casually. Gu didn't move and didn't respond for a long time. If he gave the antidote, he couldn't accept Long Fei Ye's arrogance. If he didn't give the antidote, he couldn't bear to do it to Han Yunxi. Gu really didn't know what to do with this girl. After struggling for a while, when he saw the impatient expression on Han Yunxi's face, Gu didn't think anymore. He took out the antidote and threw it over. Poison girl, I'll give you some face. Once the antidote was in her hands, Han Yunxi didn't immediately let Long Fei Yi take it. Instead, she first checked the authenticity of the antidote. Poison girl, don't you trust me that much? Although Gu was smiling, his smile was very ugly. I'm used to checking. It's the same no matter who gives it to me. This wasn't Han Yunxi's excuse. As a poison doctor, no matter when she used medicine, she had to be strict. Not to mention if it was given by someone else, even if it was taken from the detoxification system, she had to double-check it. No matter how intelligent the system was, there was still a possibility of error, wasn't there? Of course I have to check the antidote given by a despicable person like you. Tang Li couldn't help but open his mouth. You're the despicable person, you're all despicable people. Mu Ling seized the opportunity to refute. The more she saw how Han Yunxi hurt Chi brother, the angrier she became. She couldn't wait to find a chance to quarrel with her. Tang Li originally had a good impression of this genius pharmacologist. When he heard this, he was instantly disappointed. He sneered and asked, Mu Ling, does your father know that you're mixing with such a despicable and shameless person as the young lady of the Mu family? Finally, the disappointed Gu was enraged. He said coldly, What? The Tang sect only uses hidden weapons to ambush people. What do you know about being honorable and upright? You. Tang Li was speechless. It was fine to insult him, but definitely not the Tang sect. Am I wrong? Among all the sects in the pugilistic world, the Tang sect is the most despicable, shameless, and filthy. Gu had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. He couldn't touch Long Fei Yi, but he could at least touch Tang Li, right? Tang Li was furious, but he didn't argue with Gu. Instead, he looked at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi, do you know why we fell into the snake cave? As soon as these words came out, the angry and irritated Gu instantly calmed down as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. This was probably what it meant to not die if one didn't seek death. Han Yunxi had just discovered that the scary thing about this snake cave was that there were many snakes. The design of the traps wasn't considered top-notch. At least for Long Fei Yi and Tang Li, it was only of average standard. There was really no reason for them to enter by mistake. She shook her head suspiciously. Why? Because Gu used your name to swindle us. He lied to us that you were trapped inside. Tang Li couldn't wait to tell her the answer. Han Yunxi didn't expect this. She immediately looked at Gu, her clear eyes narrowed with anger and murderous intent. Gu Qishao didn't dare to meet Han Yunxi's eyes, but he stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. I was just joking. Who knew a certain someone would underestimate poison lass so much? Why didn't you think that a trifling king cobra could trap her? You don't know her well enough, do you? His words were like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He explained himself, insulted Long Fei Yi, and even praised Han Yunxi. Unfortunately, Tang Li's words made Gu want to go home and check the almanac to see if today was a bad day. Tang Li said, the Duke of Qin was confused because he was too concerned. Long Fei Yi had just taken the medicine and was resting on the side with his eyes closed. No one knew if he heard, but he didn't say anything. Han Yunxi was actually sitting next to Long Fei Yi. She was waiting for the antidote to take effect so that she could examine Long Fei Yi's body. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Long Fei Yi. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. Han Yunxi immediately dodged. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything and continued to close his eyes. If he didn't say anything and didn't explain, did that mean he was admitting it? So it seems that His Highness Duke of Qin is also looking for the poison beast for Poison Girl? Gu's face was full of sarcasm. Based on his understanding of Long Fei Yi, this guy wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. He definitely didn't come to Medical City just for Han Yunxi. If he remembered correctly, Long Fei Yi had come to the sinkhole once 5 years ago. Of course. Tang Li answered without hesitation. In fact, if Gu hadn't said so, he really wouldn't have thought that the poison beast's blood could cure Long Tianma's bone poison. He and Long Fei Yi had indeed come to Medical City for the poison beast, but they hadn't planned to enter the sinkhole in advance. Now it seemed that Long Fei Yi had come down early for Han Yunxi. Hee, you know very well whether or not it's true. Gu looked meaningfully at Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi stole another glance at him, but unfortunately, he didn't say anything. The poison should be gone, she said indifferently. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi reached out and asked casually, tomorrow night is the deadline, right? Deadline? What deadline? Han Yunxi didn't understand. Don't worry, there's still time, Long Fei Yi said indifferently as he held Han Yunxi's hand and stood up. At this moment, Han Yunxi finally understood that tomorrow night was the deadline for her bet with Third Elder. Long Fei Yi, he really came for her. He admitted it, but it wasn't a tacit admission. How could he be so overjoyed? Their future was obviously uncertain and the poison beast was hard to find, but after hearing Long Fei Yi's words of, don't worry, Han Yunxi felt inexplicably at ease. Okay. She nodded without hesitation, just like when Long Fei Yi said the word okay, she was especially firm. Long Fei Yi didn't pay much attention to Gu, and he also ignored the silent man in white at the side. He held Han Yunxi's hand and was about to leave. A trace of calculation flashed across Gu's eyes, and he smiled generously. Since you're all here for poison lass, let's go together. Unexpectedly, the man in white suddenly said, I'll take you with me. Chapter 254. Although the white-robed man hadn't said a word, Long Fei Yi and Gu didn't overlook him. The appearance of a Shadow Clan member here was worth pondering over. Moreover, he'd even said such a thing. Why would he take them away? What, you know the way? Gu grinned. Before the white-robed man could answer, Han Yunxi shot Gu a look. He really does know. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. How could a Shadow Clan member know the way to the poison sex sky pit? Could it be that he'd been investigating the truth all this time? Gu suddenly grew angry. So you were the one who stole the map. After all, the sky pit was filled with countless twists and turns. It was extremely complicated, so who else besides the Medical Academy's upper echelons and a map would know the way? Heaven knows whether the white-robed man had stolen the map or not. In any case, Han Yunxi had never seen him take it out. He ignored Gu's accusation and asked, Miss Yunxi, are we going or not? It was best if someone could lead the way. Han Yunxi didn't understand the Shadow Clan, so she didn't have any doubts. She could tell that this white-robed man didn't know poisons, so he probably wanted her to help him catch the poison beast. She'd even dared to go with this man when Long Fei Yi and Gu weren't here, much less when they were. Once they found the poison beast, they had more people on their side. There was no need to worry about losing. Let's go. Han Yunxi agreed easily. But Long Fei Yi and Gu refused to leave. Hand over the map. Gu's eyes narrowed dangerously. What does the Shadow Clan want with the poison beast? Long Fei Yi was more concerned with this question. The Shadow Clan never lived for themselves. They only lived for one thing in their lives, and that was to serve Western Qin's Imperial Clan. If Western Qin's Imperial Clan was destroyed, then the Shadow Clan would die as well. On the other hand, if the Shadow Clan still existed, then Western Qin's Imperial Clan would have orphans. What the Shadow Clan needed was what the royal family of Western Qin needed. Why did this guy want to go with them? If they went together and found the poison beast, he would not be able to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, Long Fei Yi inadvertently glanced at Han Yunxi. In the face of Long Fei Yi and Gu's aggressive questioning, the white-robed man was as calm as still water. Just as he was about to speak, Hu knew that at this moment, the ground suddenly shook. The entire cave was shaking as if it was about to collapse. Long Fei Yi immediately grabbed Han Yunxi's hand and asked, "What happened?" "Someone has touched the Tiankeng's Achilles heel. Before noon, the Tiankeng will definitely collapse. We must leave as soon as possible," the white-clothed man said seriously. "You also know about the Tiankeng Death Acupoint?" Gu was very surprised. The Sky Pit Death Point was the poison sect's most important secret in the Sky Pit. It wasn't drawn on the map, so only the medical academy's upper echelons knew about it. Even he had eavesdropped on it when he was young. It was a mechanism independent of the 100 poison traps, also known as the 101st mechanism. Once that mechanism was triggered, it would cause the entire underground cave to collapse. Everything here would be buried underground, and even the poisonous beast would not be spared. For many years, the Medical Academy's upper echelons had been searching for this mechanism, wanting to destroy the Sky Pit and trap the poison beast forever. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find it. Damn it, who was the blind cat that chanced upon a dead mouse and touched this mechanism? As they spoke, large rocks began to fall. Long Fei Yi shielded Han Yunxi as they hid in another cave. Seeing this, the white-robed man was the first to chase after them, even faster than Gu. "There's not much time left. Are you leaving or not?" the white-robed man asked again. As soon as he spoke, rocks began to fall from the cave they were in as well. The entire ceiling looked like it was about to collapse. Long Fei Yi and Gu didn't hesitate as they said in unison, "Go, lead the way." Leave? Should they quickly escape for their lives or hurry forward to find the poison beast? No one explained, but the white-robed man, Long Fei Yi, and Gu had a tacit understanding. They weren't people who admitted defeat easily. They wouldn't run away. Since they were here, they wouldn't leave empty-handed. When they said leave, they only meant one thing, and that was to continue moving forward. The white-robed man immediately activated the mechanism on the stone wall on the right, opening a secret door to lead the way. The white-robed man was in front, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were behind, Gu and Mu Ling were behind them, and Tang Li was at the back. Long Fei Yi was tightly protecting Han Yunxi, never letting go of his hand. Everyone was flying using Qinggong. Han Yunxi didn't know how to fly, but she was the most relaxed one. Her face was pressed against Long Fei Yi's chest, and she could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. Only at this moment did she feel that she was very close to him. Behind them, rocks kept falling, and the cave shook more and more violently. It was as if the whole world was about to collapse. However, Han Yunxi, who was nestled in Long Fei Yi's arms, had the illusion that the whole world was silent. Amidst the turbulence, the alternation of light and darkness, and the rapid rush, he hugged her so tightly that her breathing was a little irregular. However, even so, he still wanted her to get closer. "Hold on tight. he said in a completely commanding tone. Hold on tight? She couldn't hold on tight to him no matter how hard she tried, so she could only wrap her arms around his waist. She hesitated, but he urged again, hold on tight. The speed was too fast. If this woman fell, she would be half dead even if she didn't fall to her death. I can't hold on, Han Yunshi said in a low voice. She hesitated for a moment, then carefully wrapped her arms around him. This time, her whole body was really pressed against his body. The masculine scent of a man suddenly filled her senses. Han Yunshi found that her heart was beating so fast that it couldn't stop. Hug him? Feeling the slight movement of her little hand around his waist, Long Fei Ye's lips unconsciously curved into a smile, and he acquiesced. And this scene was clearly seen by Gu, who was behind them. From his point of view, it was Han Yunshi who took the initiative to hug Long Fei Ye. He looked and looked, then suddenly stopped in his tracks as if in a daze. Mu Ling bumped into him from behind. Fortunately, Tang Li reacted quickly and stopped in time. Gu, what are you doing? Tang Li shouted angrily. Gu didn't react at all and continued to move forward. Mu Ling looked at his lonely back full of wounds as he chased after Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi. Her heart almost broke. Chi brother, I definitely won't allow Han Yunshi to hurt you like this. I definitely won't allow it. As the karst cave collapsed more and more, the man in white also became faster and faster, forcing the people behind to speed up to keep up. The group of people quickly shuttled through the karst cave, breaking through secret doors and rushing through secret passages. Unknowingly, they kept going down. Finally, the man in white stopped in front of a huge stone door. They had arrived. Behind this door is the lowest point of the crater. It's also the secret room where the poisonous beast is imprisoned, the man in white said lightly. Everyone thought that the man in white would find a mechanism to open the door. However, the man in white said, we have to find a way to open this door. I don't know where the mechanism is either. Long Fei Yi knocked on the stone door with the handle of his sword. Hearing the sound, he knew that the door was very big. He gestured for everyone to move aside and swung his sword. For a moment, the sword light was released and the momentum was like a rainbow. Unexpectedly, the stone door didn't even move. Long Fei Yi was surprised and swung his sword again. This time, the sword directly hit the stone door. However, the stone door still didn't move at all. Long Fei Ye's sword was the famous ancient sword, Dragon's Roar. It could cut iron like mud. Coupled with his internal energy, how could it not move a door? This isn't a stone door. Long Fei Yi didn't waste his energy. It's a Xian gold door. No one can touch it, the man in white replied honestly. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Black gold was the hardest thing in the world, and it was the best material to make weapons. A small piece of black gold was enough to make people scramble like ducks, not to mention such a big block. The poison sect was actually using it as a door? Wasn't that a little too extravagant? Of course, the shock was followed by despair. The man in white was right, no one could touch this door. Is there only one entrance? Han Yunshi asked offhandedly. It wasn't clear if the man in white heard her, but he didn't answer. Gu stepped forward to touch it and sighed. Bone-corroding powder can be used for other things, but Xian gold is hard to deal with. Bone-corroding powder was one of the most corrosive poisons, but it was useless against Xian gold. His words reminded Han Yunshi of something, causing her eyes to light up. At this moment, the collapsing sounds around them grew louder and louder. If they delayed any longer, the secret passage they were in would collapse as well. We can only find the switch. It should be nearby, the man in white said seriously. This layout can only be found on the left and right walls. Everyone, split up and search. Tang Li had long been touching the walls. Hidden weapons and mechanisms were similar, so he could be considered half an expert when it came to them. Very soon, everyone was searching the walls on both sides. Only Han Yunshi remained standing in place. as the white-clothed man looked over. His eyes that had always been as calm as water actually flashed with a hint of anxiety. He looked at the crowd again. While no one was paying attention, he gently rubbed his finger against a rough spot on the wall. As he rubbed, his finger seemed to have been cut by something, and blood oozed out, leaving a bloody mark on the wall. However, the strange thing was that the bloodstains quickly disappeared, as if they had been absorbed by the wall. The man withdrew his finger and hid it in his palm. "Miss Yunshi, I'll go over there. You can look around here." Han Yunshi walked over and was about to touch the wall when she suddenly stopped. "I have a way to corrode this wall." Hearing this, Long Feiyi was the first to look over, his eyes flashing with warning. There was still a poison in this world that could corrode Xian gold. Its name was Perplexing Butterfly Illusion. Chapter 255. Perplexing Butterfly Illusion. It was a type of poison that could vaporize anything in an instant. Forget about the door in front of them, even the poisonous beast inside would be vaporized in an instant, vanishing without a trace. When Long Feiyi handed the Perplexing Butterfly Illusion to Han Yunshi, although he told her not to ask too many questions, he also didn't tell her not to tell anyone about it. Seeing the intense warning in Long Feiyi's eyes, Tang Li also quickly thought of the Perplexing Butterfly Illusion. This was something that determined Long Feiyi's life. It was too important to him. The Perplexing Butterfly Illusion was hidden in Han Yunshi's sleeve. Was this woman going to take it out? "Poison Girl, what idea do you have?" Gu was very much looking forward to it. He loved the surprises this girl brought. The white-clothed gentleman looked at the blood-sucking wall, then looked at Han Yunshi. Although he was anxious, he still restrained his temper and waited. He had spent so much effort to lure this girl here to verify her identity. He couldn't be impatient and fail at the last moment. After all, the people here weren't simple people. They all had sharp eyes. He didn't believe that Han Yunshi had a way to corrode this wall. There was still some time before the cave collapsed. He could wait. Good stuff. Han Yunshi smiled as she answered Gu, taking out medicine from her medical pouch. Seeing this, Tang Li couldn't help but say, "Han Yunshi, don't use things that don't belong to you." This reminder was obvious enough. Anyone who heard it would know that there was a problem. Han Yunshi definitely knew what he was referring to. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi didn't stop. Not only did she not understand the warning in Long Feiyi's eyes, she even deliberately looked at Long Feiyi meaningfully before taking out something from her medical pouch. In an instant, everyone looked over and waited. What kind of surprise would this woman give them? Tang Li clenched his fists and readied his hidden weapons. Although he had already acknowledged Han Yunshi, he would never allow anyone to betray Long Feiyi as long as it involved the Perplexing Butterfly Illusion. Seeing that Tang Li was about to make a move, Long Feiyi pressed his hand down. "Long Feiyi, wake up. There must be no exceptions to this." Tang Li whispered angrily and anxiously. What was the use of this guy warning Han Yunshi with his eyes? He was so cruel to everyone, but why couldn't he do it to this woman? Long Feiyi just held Tang Li's hand and stared at Han Yunshi's hand in silence. Tang Li wanted to break free, but Long Feiyi was too strong. He couldn't even move an inch. "Long Feiyi, don't forget that this thing belongs to your mother," Tang Li reminded him in a low voice. Long Feiyi was slightly startled, but he didn't let go in the end. At this moment, Han Yunshi took out the item. It was a large bottle. It wasn't the usual porcelain bottle used to store medicine, but a black-colored glass bottle. It couldn't be seen what was inside. The moment he saw the glass bottle, Tang Li felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. He let out a huge sigh of relief and whispered, "Long Feiyi, you can let go now." Thank goodness, this girl was still reliable. Looking at the bottle in Han Yunshi's hand, he knew that it definitely didn't contain Perplexing Butterfly Illusion. The bottle that contained Perplexing Butterfly Illusion was a simple blue and white porcelain bottle. It was a very special porcelain bottle. In this world, only that porcelain bottle wouldn't be corroded by perplexing butterfly illusion. It's this thing. It's a secret recipe. Han Yunshi smiled and deliberately glanced at Long Feiyi. Actually, she had seen this guy's warning just now. Did he think that she would take out perplexing butterfly illusion? Was she that unreliable? If he didn't trust her, why did he give her such an important thing? Since he gave it to her, why didn't he explain its origins to her? Why was this guy always so contradictory? Seeing Han Yunshi look at him, Long Feiyi immediately avoided her with an expressionless face. Perhaps Han Yunshi was used to it. Seeing him like this, not only did she not mind, she actually had the urge to continue playing with him. What the hell is this? Gu curiously moved closer. Mu Ling had been standing to the side, silently looking at Han Yunshi. Her expression was full of resentment, but unfortunately, no one had the time to notice her. Smell it. Han Yunshi opened the glass bottle. Not only Gu, but everyone present immediately smelled a pungent smell. Although they didn't know what this medicine was, Mu Ling who was familiar with medicinal properties, immediately knew that this thing was extremely corrosive. She didn't really believe that this thing could corrode black gold, but she believed that it could definitely destroy Han Yunshi's face. She covered her nose, a trace of ruthlessness flashing through her eyes. Here's my chance. She stared at the thing in Han Yunshi's hand. Just as she was about to make a move, Gu suddenly turned to look at her. Mu Ling immediately withdrew her hand, panic written all over her face. Unfortunately, Gu never paid attention to the expressions on a woman's face, and the others didn't pay attention to Mu Ling either. They were all focused on the thing in Han Yunshi's hand. Ling can you smell it? Gu asked. Mu Ling was a genius pharmacist and had a wide range of knowledge. Mu Ling's heart, which had almost jumped out of her chest, finally calmed down. She forced herself to calmly shake her head, unable to speak. She grew up in Medicine City and wholeheartedly studied medicinal herbs. Although the various branches fought openly and secretly for the position of the family head, her talent allowed her to avoid these struggles. She didn't need to go anywhere and didn't need to make friends with anyone. She only needed to make medicine, and her father would protect her at all costs. She didn't seem to have any worries growing up. Her life was very simple, and her personality was also very pure. All her emotions were written all over her face. It wasn't until she met Chi Brother that she began to have worries, but they were also sweet worries. However, when Han Yunshi appeared in Chi Brother's life, her world turned dark. Even her bright heart dimmed. For the first time, she learned to hate and be jealous. It was also the first time she had evil thoughts. When she thought of what she had just done, her hands trembled. She was afraid and guilty, but she didn't regret it. Chi Brother was an orphan with no one to rely on. He seemed to like to smile, but in reality, he wasn't a happy person. She wanted him to be happy. She absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to hurt him. Seeing Mu Ling shake her head, Gu didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he asked Han Yunshi, "What is this? Where did it come from?" He and Mu Ling didn't know what it was, so basically no one else did. Only Han Yunshi had it. "I concocted it." Han Yunshi was telling the truth this time. Can it really corrode black gold? Even Gu Qishao had his suspicions, to say nothing of others. Just watch. Han Yunshi was very confident. She looked at the black gold wall again and finally determined a position before applying the potion. Of course, she wasn't stupid enough to corrode the entire wall. She only needed to corrode an entrance that could allow one person to pass through. Han Yunshi knew that time was tight, but this matter couldn't be rushed. She gently applied the potion in circles and layers. The room was silent. Everyone's attention was on Han Yunshi's hand. Seeing that the black gold wall didn't move for a long time, the people who didn't believe it to begin with gradually became suspicious. "Han Yunshi, can it work? This place is about to collapse," Tang Li asked anxiously. Poison lass, don't joke around with everyone's lives, Gu teased. Only Long Fei Yi and the white-robed man didn't speak. The white-robed man looked on silently with furrowed brows, as if he'd noticed something strange about the black gold wall. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yi's attention had long rested on the white-robed man. At this moment, a large boulder suddenly fell from above and landed right by Mu Ling-er's feet. Frightened, Mu Ling-er immediately hugged Gu. "Chi brother." Han Yunxi stopped and looked back, but Gu immediately pushed Mu Ling-er aside. Of course, he didn't explain anything, but urged, "Poison lass, can you do it or not? Miss Yunxi, don't try anymore. Let's look for the mechanism. It should be on this wall," the white-robed man spoke up hastily. But right at this moment, a stream of golden liquid slowly flowed down from the Xian gold wall. Seeing this, everyone grew alarmed. The white-robed man knitted his brows even more. "We won't make it in time at this speed. This place is about to collapse. It'll melt very quickly once it starts. Just wait a moment." Han Yunxi was certain. The liquid in her hands was none other than super strong aqua regia. Aqua regia was an extremely acidic liquid that was one of the few liquids capable of melting metal. Super strong aqua regia was something Han Yunxi had specially made and was sometimes used to refine medicine. Aqua regia dissolved metal more slowly, but this super strong aqua regia was different. A single bottle was enough to help her get rid of the obstacle before her. As Han Yunxi had said, more and more of the golden liquid began to flow down faster and faster until it became a stream of water. A small hole had already appeared in the Xian gold wall, through which one could see the inside. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Even Long Fei Yi found it hard to believe. Xian gold was hailed as the world's hardest material. Tianshan Kenzo's sect head had a Xian gold sword that was hailed as the world's #1 sword, but Han Yunxi had a way to destroy it in such a short time. This woman was too frightening. Soon enough, the hole grew larger and clearer, revealing everything behind it. Han Yunxi glanced at it and grew alarmed. She didn't have time to explain the super-strong aqua regia to the stunned crowd, but cried out, "Jun Yixie and Duanmu Yao are inside." How was this possible? Long Fei Yi stepped forward to look through the hole and really did see Jun Yixie and Duanmu Yao's figures. It was completely empty inside, except for the two of them. There was nothing else, much less the poison beast. Could there be another entrance? "Where's the poison beast? How did they get here so quickly?" Tang Li asked several questions in succession. At this time, Gu gestured for everyone to keep quiet. "Listen, it's the poison beast's voice." As soon as he finished speaking, another large rock fell from the sky. This time, it didn't fall far and didn't hit anyone's feet. However, following closely behind the rock was